Grace and peace, everyone. Happy Lord's Day to you. We're back. You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title. So you already know what we're about to do. We're going to be talking about this evening, who are the actual men that are in this YSL trial? Who are the defendants and what are they being charged with? I have a couple of guests that are going to be coming in shortly. Monica from Mo Justice, as well as Rome King, who are going to be stopping by. We're going to just talk about it, unpack a little bit, unpack these charges and such of that nature, kind of figure out what's going on. Maybe since we have a couple of days this week, we're not going to be in trial tomorrow and Tuesday, might as well get ourselves up to speed a little bit. So I appreciate everybody who took the time this weekend to watch the motion to recuse or motion to not use rap lyrics in this trial. Hopefully you got something out of it. It was a really interesting and dare I say really long motion. It was literally all day. It was 8 hours. And I appreciate y'all watching the clips as well as the long clip today. I do apologize. It looks like I left two of their long breaks were actually recorded and they were still in the video. So that kind of looked weird. So I apologize about that. But I appreciate everybody who understood and still rocks with me. I appreciate y'all nonetheless. So that was good. I'm looking forward to hopefully unpacking that a little bit more, talking about it a little bit more with some other people as well. And there is something called the RAP Act, Restoring Artistic Protections, or Rap Artistic Protections Act. I'm hopefully going to be discussing that with someone. That's actually a bill that's hopefully going to make its way through the various ways that bills insert the Schoolhouse Rocks in here, right? The way that bills become law. But just so that, again, because it does seem very lopsided. And even in the motions that we were watching today and we watched this weekend, sure, they bring up other cases, heavy metal, a movie. They didn't mention a movie and such of that nature. It's still not still something else there. And I don't want to, accuse people of something, but there's still more there that I think honestly we need to unpack and honestly have a discussion about. So I'm looking to have an expert on about the RAP Act. I gotta look it up again. I want to say it's Restoring Artistic Protections Act, but I'm looking forward to having that as well. But I really appreciate y'all rocking with me. Lots of good commentary, lots of good back and forth about this, and it looks like a lot of people understood why. I just don't think rap music needs to be brought into the equation like that. Not like they were doing. Not like they were doing. It was just free willy willy. It's just like, and again, I would love to have just been able to hear what was their logic, what was the defense's logic before they entered into One Charlie to argue this case. What was their logic and what was their thought process? Because I feel like the state put up a lot of softball pitches, lots of kindergarten softball pitches for sure. Hey, Mandy stopping by. What's happening, Mandy? How are you?
You mind if I hang up to your experts?
You're breaking up. Say again.
Oh, let me check my audio settings.
Okay, now I hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was coming through my webcam. Do you mind if I hang out with you till your experts get here?
Oh, not a problem at all. Not a problem at all.
I have thoughts about the RAP Act.
Say again.
I have thoughts about the RAP Act.
Well, first of all, any thoughts that you have about the RAP Act have to be shared as a rap. So
okay,
don't do it. Please don't do it. Just don't.
Oh, I'm so white. I'm telling you, I'm really.
How white are you? No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm only half white. I'm actually half Native American too.
What are your thoughts on the RAP Act? We'll save the.
I'm gonna get roasted in the chat for that.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen.
I know. No lyrics, rap, country, R&B should be brought into a court case at all. Because if you are going to hold one to an extreme, you have to hold them all to that extreme.
Mm-hmm.
And to not do so is a form of, I'm going to say almost racism.
I I feel like there's argument to be made. If nothing else, it's showing a bias toward one particular style and type of entertainment that you don't hold others to. You
Yeah,
don't
it's
hold and I thought it was interesting because they brought up Natural Born Killers, which again is a very violent movie and such like that. And because some guy watched the movie 100 times and decided to go out and do what they did in the movie, they held him. They said that the movie brought about that behavior. I said, well, what about the artist that performed in the movie? You're not holding Woody Harrelson available,
he made a
uh,
choice to go
right?
out and do
Like
those
let's
things.
cut through the foolishness. He made a choice to do that.
Good. He
Now,
did.
sure, you can say that maybe the movie helped push that along or maybe gave him some ideas. Sure, not a problem there. I'll let you have that. But to say that the movie did it, well, what about the actors? Because they're doing the same thing effectively that a rapper or a singer is doing. They're talking about something that could be true or could not be true. It
Well, every
and
time I see a painting, I get the idea I should paint, knowing I can't make a stick person.
so
That don't mean I'm gonna do it.
right. So I do think that that's a very slippery slope. I would love to have heard the defense's thought process because in actuality, I think, and I kind of alluded to it, the thing that I thought was missing was that they should have taken apart everything that the state said. The state set up some very egregious false claims, and
Yeah,
they should have just spent their time. Don't bring up because the state tried to prop up Johnny Cash and
I heard that.
take the wind out of the sail. You didn't have to bring them up. There was no reason to bring up Johnny Cash. Stick with the 6 men that are in here in this courtroom. And if nothing else, just point out the fact that contextually, you don't know what this sentence means. I'm
Mhm.
a boss. I'm a general. Whatever. Whatever. What's the context? So you're gonna have to look at all 16 bars, and you still might not understand it. So you're gonna have to look at
And
the
it
whole
could mean
song.
something completely different. It's their art.
In
It
right
can
in context,
be them
it might mean something different.
right, like the one lyric they were talking about, down by 12, that could mean 12 months. That could mean they've lost 12 family members. That
Right.
could be anything. You're reaching, like,
And
majorly.
and I really think that sadly, I feel like there is a bias. Now we can use racial bias. What's going on, Rome King? You jumping in, brother? What's happening?
Rome, what's going on?
You can use racial bias, but I also think you can use age bias. Notice
That's a
again,
good point, Joey.
everybody that was in there is dramatically older than Young Thug. Everybody.
And Love was
Steel,
completely lost. Uh,
yeah, she was just sitting over there, just like, let me just hold on, let me just try to keep up with my Spotify playlist. My
and
point
and
is,
Hilton, she didn't know what she was talking about. She
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 really
ain't
didn't.
never listened to rap music in her whole life.
She be listening. Man, girl, go somewhere. She does. She does. She just
She
don't
don't.
know how to
She
do
didn't
it.
know nothing about it. She didn't know
She,
nothing about street lingo, nothing.
I think that was disingenuous. I'll be
Really.
honest with you. I think
Okay.
because I want again uh, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and because you're trying to make this a something that apparently that I believe it really isn't. That's why she was stumbling and fumbling to try to make it something
Something that it
again.
wasn't.
Again, like let's go back to let me give you a real classic example.
Okay.
Dripping, or I got that drip.
Mhm.
Now, Simone Hilton is
That's
young enough to
swag,
know.
right? Drip is your
That's
swag.
all it is, right?
Okay, I
That's
thought
all it
yeah.
means. Matter of fact, I sent y'all a video in Discord of Wesley Snipes using the word drip
Yeah.
in it. And he played a vampire killer in the Blade series. Now,
Yeah.
in that movie, there was a whole lot of bodily fluid going around, right? But he was saying the new costume he was wearing didn't have that drip. He said it. Didn't have
Yeah.
that sparkle, didn't have that swag. He says it. And I'm like, okay, so is he talking about the blood all over himself? But that wouldn't make sense.
No,
And
it didn't make
so
sense in that
it,
context at
it makes
all.
sense in the context. And I think one of the things a good friend of mine says, one of the first rule for biblical exegesis is context, context, and context. You got to understand the context of which something is being done. And this is the same thing applies for everything else. If I
Yeah.
say a cup of flour, well, what is the context of me saying a cup of flour? I mean, it could be a lot of things. Am I reading a recipe? Am I reading a review? What is this? So just to take a sentence out of a song,
You talking
which
about a
they
whole bunch of
did,
white people?
right?
I mean,
There you
really?
go.
I'm just being for real. Uh,
Right. And
say that
so to
loud.
take a sentence out of a song and say this sentence means this, I feel like was not only disingenuous, it was problematic. And I'm disappointed that a seasoned judge could not ascertain that there are different complexities to a song or different complexities
Right.
to art, and maybe we need to be a little bit more judicial in our approach to it. Now, now again, if somebody's literally saying, "I did this," and on this day, and it is, you can say unequivocally, "This is an admission." That's a whole different game.
Was
But just to say,
Glanville
"Well,"
falling for that mess?
right? Say again.
Was Glanville falling for all that?
Oh, he fell for it. He fell.
Really?
Yeah,
That
and gave them
surprises
all
me.
of the lyrics. Everything's in. But I feel like, again, that was my point in bringing that up. My point in showing the video was just to give y'all a slow boil, because again, y'all saw how long it was.
The
Just a
expert
slow
that they
boil.
brought in was actually really good. I'll give him that. He was good at what he was doing, but it was
I, I'm sorry, I saw problems with what he was saying, and maybe,
oh, yeah, I saw problems while he was saying. I just think that he was seasoned in what he does, but I he he was not being truthful, I don't think. Um, but he it's hard to put into words because it means something different to everybody, to
facts.
to each artist their own art, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Got you.
It
Yeah,
means
and
something
so
different to
I think
everybody.
it was a chilling effect to treat this again. There's no way you can make it plainer that this is being treated as a different genre, being treated differently than other genres of music.
Right, I
Again,
like that, Alicia. Art is in the art is art. How do you critique a painting? It's in the eye of the beholder. Like I might not like something that's hanging on Jason's wall. He might not like my fluorescence, and that's okay. It's what you like. It's something different for everybody. It means something different to everybody.
absolutely. And so I think, and so that's why I wanted to play those and give everybody a chance to kind of look at them and kind of see them in their smaller segments, and then of course the longer segment, and just kind of understand like this is how this kind of bad. I feel like bad precedent is set that that should never have been allowed. I'll just be honest with you. Glanville should not have allowed those lyrics to come in. Now I don't think it's going to change the outcome. Say again.
I said Rome, uh,
Yeah, I don't know where Rome is. I
skin
mean, he's in
30
the
Rome.
chat.
I don't like the 12th book on the second row, bottom right shelf behind Jason. I know that book.
You
That book
could
gets me.
you could come on and tell me though. How
Yeah,
about that?
that I don't like that book either, Rome. It triggers me. But that book means something special to Jason.
Yeah, and this I think. Thank you, the professor. Restoring artistic protection. Okay, there we go. Act seems to protect artists from the use of their lyrics against them as evidence in criminal and
I
civil
miss
proceedings. If my only pushback is if you put in your art a bona fide admission that you did something, you know, then that's different. And we can say there's a one-to-one correlation between the song and what you did. Like we can look at the song and say,
right.
you again, we'll go to the Julio Fulio in
This link,
Florida.
Rome.
Say again.
He said, I don't know how. I said, click this link, Rome.
Yeah, the link is the link's right here, brother. It's at the top of the page too. But in the Julio Fulio situation, he was unalived outside of a Holiday Inn hotel.
Mm.
2 days later, one of the gentlemen who they think might have kind of bankrolled or had some kind of intricate knowledge about this dropped the video where a person that looked very similar to him was unalived in front of a motel.
Mm.
That's, to me, that one's giving admission. You're putting yourself in a bad spot. You're putting yourself in a bad look right there. But
It's a
watch,
bad look, but unless they say the person's name and say, I did this, I still don't see where that should be used against them, because it could just be that they're trying to get street cred, or um,
this person, they had a very public, dare I say, violent
unaliving.
history between these
Oh,
two
history. Okay.
individuals. So it wouldn't everybody immediately thought this other gentleman was responsible for the unaliving of him from the word go. Once they heard that Julio Fulio was dead, they immediately said, "Oh, it must have been this guy that did it,"
Okay.
because of the history. So then to drop that music video with those kind of shenanigans in it, like, that's not a good look. I mean, to me, that one would be different than just saying, "Well, I know he did it because he said in his song, I unalive people."
Right.
That
And
was too general.
the one they have a problem with mainly is, um, I didn't do that body, but I know something about that body, or something like that. That's the one they keep playing that they have an
Right.
issue with. Um, just
No,
saying, I know something about that body is not an admission of anything.
right. Like a
I,
body of what?
yeah, it
Body of
could be a
work?
body of water.
Body of water? I mean, like
Yeah,
I could just throw out foolishness and cast doubt. I guarantee you, do not ask me, Jason. All right, we need you to help us. We need to the linchpin are the lyrics. Jason, can you help us with the lyrics? Give me the lyrics. I will come up with the most insane ideas that are plausible. They'll be look. Everybody will be doubting it in about 10 minutes. I'm like, yo, that's the craziest thing I've heard in my life. But again, being the fact that you don't know the context of the songs,
right.
who knows what they said before? Who knows what they said after? So
Listen,
just for you to give me a sentence out of a track and say that is the admission of all this shenanigans, I think that's a bad look.
Jason, I think we very much need to talk about the death of Daffy Duck. I think he needs to go.
What happened to Daffy Duck? He
He
got
he needs to go. He's
he
been
got
around way too long, and I'm gonna make a
a diss track.
record about it. Yep, I'm gonna
You
make a
gonna make a
record
diss
about
track about? Look at this guy.
it. Look, I'm trying to add
Oh,
him
you
in. He's
trying to
trying
put him in?
to add him.
Put him in. Okay.
Hey, Rome.
What's happening, man? Grace and peace,
How's it
man.
going?
Good, man. All right. So real quick, Mandy is confessing that she's gonna write a diss track and do some Young and Ace to Daffy Duck. Is that
Daffy,
really?
Daffy Duck. He's got to go.
Man,
I'm going to have to object under Rule 403.
okay.
And
This movie
At
was.
this stage of the game, I'm just accepting whatever it is.
Yeah.
I
So
love it.
now you guys are complicit to the death of Daffy Duck. If you were questioned about it, and you all saw
you look
feathers.
at
We
that,
don't
my
snitch. What did they say? They don't fold. We won't fold. There we go.
There you
We ain't
go.
gonna fold.
look at that. The investigators calling my phone. I got to go in a meeting.
You would out me that quick, wouldn't you, Woody? I meant Rome.
Look at she
Woody.
called you Woody. Oh, shade. Oh, she called you Woody. That was a subliminal. That was a threat.
Some
That
lies,
was a
though.
threat that she called you that.
Look,
See?
that was definitely a threat. That's a felony. Sorry, Mandy.
Yeah.
I mean, Mandy, it went south quick.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I went left. I went left.
Way left.
I hope you know I was
love
just kidding. I have nothing against Daffy Duck. Let me put that out there.
Just in case something happened to Daffy, we're going, hey, no
Yeah.
feathers over here. No feathers on my hands, right?
Nope. He's still floating
Doesn't
somewhere.
doesn't matter in Fulton.
That's true.
This is also
That's
true. There is Monica.
Look
I'm
at
gonna
this.
let y'all have it.
Hey,
Y'all have a
Thank you
good
for
one.
me good.
Bye, y'all.
Oh, don't leave.
I love you, Monica. I love you, Rome. Bye, y'all.
Love
See
you.
you.
What's happening, party people? Happy Sunday to y'all.
Happy Sunday.
It's like, why always looking at I gotta get a different light. All right.
What I'm gonna do, this what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have a phone call, and I'm gonna ask you to give me a picture. Matter of fact, send me a picture of your setup from right where you're sitting right now. You can just text it to me.
All
I wanna
right,
see
I'll
what-
do. I'll do
later.
that.
I want to see what your lighting looks like, and see what I can do to help you out, because it does look harsh, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. We'll fix it. And if I have to send you a set of lights, I will. I don't care.
No, I
She's
think I
just
have
glowing. That's all. She's just glowing. That's it.
Just glowing.
No, I gotta see if I gotta do the other one. Hold on a second. No, it might be that camera. I moved, so
Right.
I don't know. Maybe they got damaged in the move because I've been thinking about that for a minute because it looked fuzzy. Anyway,
Yeah, it's all good. All right, y'all. So tonight we're supposed.
Look, I love to see it. Look at that. Look at that.
Okay, we got some problems here, y'all.
wow.
We got some problems here. All right, so tonight we're supposed to go over the infamous, dare I say, infamous indictment, right? Okay, so I'm gonna pull this up real quick. All right, we're going over the indictment and the charges. All right. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I just want everybody to zero in right here at the top. Okay. And in the chat, put the number for how many charges Jeffrey Williams has. In the chat, just put the number for how many charges he has. We're gonna watch the video, and I need you all to pay attention and start keeping track, because I'm gonna tell you something. It's not gonna be that number,
right? You heard it too. You heard it too, right?
Yeah, I was like, wait, and I called you when I was listening to it. I'm like, I called you, and you told me to send me the voicemail.
Oh,
so
that's why I was like, I listened to it again, and I was like, it's not.
Yeah. So okay, don't ruin it. Let's not ruin it. But I just want y'all to just tell me, how many do you see here? That number right there. I wish can I highlight it? Oh, there we go. How many do you see there? And we're gonna watch the video of the actual charges that everybody's being hit with. And I just want to know what y'all hear. By the way, it's the very last name. So at least we know that he's gonna go down this list. And of course, Jeffrey will be the very last one. I don't know why. But
alphabetical order.
That was too easy.
Last name.
That was entirely too easy.
Except for as alphabetical.
No, that's right.
Order,
that's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because I think this is a numerical order up here. Yeah, you're right. Perfect. All right. So, by the way, if everyone who has some new people in the chat, thank you so much for stopping by. My name is Jason. I have two legal minds that have graciously decided they would tap in tonight to go over the charges. All right. So we got Rome King. He's actually in witness protection. So you'll never know what he looks like. Just ignore that. And we got Monica from Mo Justice. If the moderators could drop Monica Mo Justice's channel in the chat, that would be fantastic as well. And we're just going to go over these charges. We thought it would be very interesting to talk about, especially since we got 2 more days of no jury days anyway. So we figured we might as well just go over some things that might be beneficial for the betterment of everybody.
And now.
All right. So we're going to go over this. It's really short. It's about 4.5, 5 minutes long. And I just want to hear y'all give you a chance, and then we're going to unleash Monica, because Monica's got her notebook. Show us your notebook, Monica. That's a weak notebook, man. Adrian Love would not approve of that notebook.
It's missing about 900 pages.
Yeah, it's missing a lot.
The charges. It doesn't have my notes. It's just the charges.
Oh, okay.
You're never gonna catch up to Miss Love like that. You gotta get more pages there.
Yeah, you're behind, chica. All right, let's bring this in. Let's go. Here we go.
I'm going to cover some basic principles of criminal law. I'm going to explain my role, your role, and the lawyer's roles. And then finally, I'm going to tell you how the trial will proceed. Since many of you haven't served on a jury before, so this should help you in understanding how a trial proceeds and what is expected of you during the trial. Now, you've been selected and sworn to try the following: the criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Marquavius Huey. The Fulton County Grand Jury has indicted the defendant Marquavius Huey with the following offenses, which I'll read to you: conspiracy to violate the Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, armed robbery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possession of a firearm and the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, armed robbery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, possession of a telecommunication device by an incarcerated individual, and participation in criminal street gang activity. The criminal case of the state of Georgia versus DeMonte Kendrick. The Fulton County Grand Jury has indicted the defendant, DeMonte Kendrick, for the following crimes, which I'll read to you now. Conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Murder. Participation in criminal street gang activity. Violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. Violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. Possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony, possession of a machine gun, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. The criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Quamarius Nichols. The Fulton County Grand Jury has indicted the defendant, Quamarius Nichols, for the following crimes, which I'll read to you now. Conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Murder, participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. The criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Rodeus Ryan. The Fulton County Grand Jury has indicted the defendant, Rodeus Ryan, for the following crime, which I will read to you now. Conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. The criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Shannon Stillwell. The Fulton County Grand Jury has indicted the defendant, Shannon Stillwell, for the following crimes, which I will now read to you. Conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Murder, participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. The criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. The Fulton County Grand Jury has indicted the defendant, Jeffrey Williams, for the following crimes, which I will now read to you. Conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Participation in criminal street gang activity. Violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. Possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony, and possession of a machine gun. Each of the defendants have pled not guilty to this indictment, and each of them deny every charge in it.
All right. Real quick. In the chat, how many charges did Jeffrey get hit with? I see 8. I actually think I lost count of 1. So
All of them.
right. They just throwing a whole kitchen sink at him. Yes, Judge Glanville has an earring. You're right. How many did you all hear?
I counted 7. I could be
I
wrong.
counted 7. That's what I counted as well. Monica looks extremely frustrated. You're muted, babe. You're muted. She looks
I
frustrated.
think those are the ones that came. I think some of them came in after the indictment. So there could be a superseding indictment that we just don't know about, because they also have more overt acts than I'm aware of.
Wait, you mean to tell me you ain't got it in your folder? Girl, you better get that folder. I object to that folder.
No,
Like she said, it might have it could have been added in as additional charges, like she said.
Hey, Mika.
It's the best way I'll put it. It kind of fits the way Miss Love is trying the case, because we've been noticing her kind of add things as she goes to like the exhibit. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. All right. So we seen the gentleman. We heard the charges and all of that kind of shenanigans. What do you have, Monica? What's in the binder? What's in the folder? What you got?
I got the same thing you got here, but just basically how they laid it out. So the way, see, this jury though, they are disenfranchised right now because they didn't get the indictment. Normally,
wait, what do you mean? What do you mean?
So when you go, they'll probably get it when they go to deliberate. But because there was so many charges on here with all the little stories and synopsis of it, normally you get like some kind of sheet so that you can follow along when you put in your notes together so that they can make sense.
Okay.
Because like, you know, how you going to know that you listen to evidence regarding something if you're not able to, you know, these are lay people, so they're not like looking to make a sheet with count number 1 and this that. Like, you only have a few seconds to take notes when you're in the when you're sitting there listening to the people, even though you could take a whole bunch of notes, I guess. I don't know what you could do when you are just sitting back there doing nothing because these people are arguing in the front and you're stuck in the back crocheting or reading a book.
I do wonder, but I don't want to get in trouble for asking. I do wonder, what do they do? But that's a whole nother discussion. I would love to know. Again, the jury is welcome here at Dear Woke Christian. You can be a member of the chat.
The jury is just surviving.
They're just hanging on.
Barely.
Hanging on. Absolutely.
I don't know. We know that they're well-to-do people because they all admitted that they had enough money to sustain them if they got stuck.
Ain't nobody gonna say they broke in front of everybody.
Right. I ain't gonna let you know that I'm broke, but let me just let you know. Hey, Rome, can you hold me down? Yeah, that was so wild.
Well, you know what the turning point is? You're broke till you get on this case because afterwards you can make a big bag if you either write a book about your experience or you
on podcasts. You can go
afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about a big bag, but they can make a little bit of change for sure.
If they make it.
Right. Well, there's that too. That's that as well.
They made $3,600 this year.
They're only getting the $25 for the days that they actually appear, or the days.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Solid $3,600. That's good eating right there. You know, you can do a lot these days with it.
And that is a whole not true right there. That's not true.
They probably can qualify for that child tax credit, if I'm correct.
Okay, word on the street is all of the jurors are salaried except for 2 hourly. Okay, that's cool.
All right, so 2 are hourly.
No, but think about
I
this
don't know,
also.
But,
think about, well, okay, all right. Let's just flip it. Imagine you are the company, Gladiator Girl Inc., and Monica is on the jury. And you have to pay her salary, but you're not getting the work from her for said salary. Monica makes $100,000 a year. So she's fine sitting in the jury box. Nobody's going to starve. Nobody's going to get evicted. But you're going to pay, you have to pay out $100,000 a year, plus the various and sundries for insurance and such like that. And you're not getting any work. None.
Let me tell you something.
So that's just it. Okay, go ahead.
If I was in that situation, this would be a very stressful trial for me because I would have to come home after sitting there all those hours and still do my work.
The worst part is they're in Atlanta, so that traffic, as soon as they leave, they not making it home for at least about an hour and a half, 2 hours if they stay on the east side. So it's
well, they're supposed to be in Fulton County because that's how they got selected.
The way Atlanta works.
Wait, do you know how big Fulton County is?
The way
y'all
Atlanta
know Fulton County is 72 miles from top to bottom. They could be in Fulton County and almost in another time zone.
Exactly.
Right. And Fulton County is gigantic.
It's different.
Man, it's built differently. If I'm not mistaken, I might be hallucinating, but from top to bottom, Fulton County is further from top to bottom than it is from Atlanta to the city, to the Alabama border. I mean, that's how long it is. It's long.
Look, nobody wants to sit in that type of traffic. I'll tell you that
Nobody.
right now.
And I mean, just that alone, but all right. I just thought it would be interesting. All right, Monica, explain this a little bit more though. Now, so you don't have all of Jeffrey's other charges? Because I did
I
think it
have
was
two.
interesting that I never heard the gun charges. I think me and Rome talked about this, or somebody else discussed this, that you don't see gun charges here on the original document. He doesn't have any gun charges. He's just literally right here. And then at the very bottom, which some reason or another, it's no longer here. Page 54. I mean,
Well,
the
remember
last page is gone.
the gun charge
Didn't
has
they throw
been.
those out?
Yeah,
No,
they
they
did.
didn't.
Yeah, they
Did they?
did.
Okay.
It
They
was a
threw
bad
them
warrant.
out. Hmm.
Okay. Hey.
You
Yeah,
remember, yeah, we
but
did have that discussion, Jason. When I was explaining how they even when they get warrants, they're not right. That was one of those examples.
Oh, well, there you go. Lord knows it's not right. It is not right. All right. But yeah, I just think this is very interesting. Let me just pull it back up. And I'm trying to see if okay, here it is. So it's actually come up. Some reason or another, it wasn't showing up a second ago, as y'all saw. But now they're here. I just hit refresh and it showed up. Okay, so yeah, Jeffrey Williams is only hit with this charge right here, participation in a criminal street gang, and then the very first one, which everybody's hit with, which is conspiracy to violate the Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Organization Act.
well, let's just look at that one that he got, the 50 count 56, right?
56
Where
right here.
participation in criminal street gang activity.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go in and they give you a little summary of it. It says, for the said accused in the county of Fulton, on or between the 12th day of May 2018 and the 8th day of May 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So this is for a period of, what was that, 4 years.
Okay.
So they for a period of 4 years, but all the overt acts start from like 2013. So
Really?
you
Okay.
want us to believe that he's part of the overt acts that happened before this period of time, 2018 to
We can't
2020.
even confirm he did anything gang related.
Watch this. But if you listen today, and again, that motion to include rap lyrics, they heaped a lot of shenanigans in there. That gentleman, I think his name was Floyd. No, he was the dude in the dark suit. He literally said that you can be a part of a gang, and let's say that Monica, Rome King, and myself are a gang. But Monica says, you know what, y'all crazy, man. I don't want to be a part of this gang anymore. Even though you say you're not a part of this gang anymore, you're still a part of the gang. So if you do something, he gave the example of in Chicago, a gangster disciple was no longer in the gang. He was in jail and was talking to another former gangster disciple, and that person snitched on him. And it included, so this is really problematic. So even though Monica has left the gang, says, I'm not going to be a part of this gang anymore. I'm going to join another gang. I'm going to go straight, whatever. They can still say that you're a part of it no matter what.
Well, that's why it's a RICO, because it's considered the conspiracy. And the other part of it is when they're not considering it a conspiracy, you're engaging in activities in concert with others.
Is his activity the rapping or?
Right, his activity, and like they've literally lumped your everything. So the fact that Rome King got a parking ticket at Lenox Mall, that's a part of the gang.
Well, I'm
The
gonna
gang violates parking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take the negative side of this
Go ahead.
and look
No
at it
problem.
from the perspective of the prosecution. When he made the rap lyrics that reference any of the activities that the other folks engaged in, he was the one engaging in furtherance of the in furtherance of the gang, because
talked about that.
He's the one with the notoriety, right?
Mhm.
He's the one with the fan base and
Mhm.
the people that are going to hear what the gang is doing. So he's the one. I'm seeing it from the perspective of them selling it as he's the one who was promoting the activities of the gang. That's why they're having a hard time trying to explain why the money doesn't matter, because this wasn't an instance of the money that they were funneling money from their criminal activities into his record business to make the record business work, to make his record business work as traditional Ricos have been in the past, like Murder Inc. in New York. You understand? That was funded or allegedly. Well, is it alleged? Because it was, anyway, it was reported or purported to have been funded by illegal drug activity from a known gang, right? Here, they're saying that he was promoting the gang activities by incorporating their actions in his songs.
I'm going to object, and I'm going to
not
say,
object. Okay, go ahead.
She's taking the negative side. I got to take the easy side, so I'm gonna take my win where I can get it. I'm gonna object and say pretty much he just made a career of other people activities. He was just building his street credibility to make better financial life decisions.
He was building his street. That goes to when she says the notoriety part.
The notoriety only knows Thug. I don't know who else raps with Thug.
Well, in this instance, what Thug is being accused of in that being part of the criminal gang street, because remember, this count 56 is only him. It's not for anybody else.
He can't be by himself.
Yes,
gang, one man gang.
He's in count 56 all by himself. Right?
No. Yeah. And I asked you about this, and I really wasn't clear because there's another one up here of 51. I don't like, why did y'all have to? Why is he not in this one?
Stop right where you at. Stop right where you at. You see where it says it's section 16, 15, 4, subsection B. Thugs is subsection D. So they are different counts. It's of something else. So when you go in and you read the statute, you're going to have to look for the B part to see what the B is opposed to the D part. But in their summary here, they give him murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, armed robbery, hijacking a motor vehicle, sale of marijuana, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, theft by receiving a firearm, and possession of a weapon by a convicted felon.
I would like to say objection.
He's not a convicted felon. So this is all the stuff that he's in concert with. I heard the objection.
I would like to say objection. 403, facts not in evidence, and hearsay.
I agree.
One of them is going to stick. Who wants to be Judge Whitaker? No, I'm like, let me stop.
Well, this is the leadership charge.
Which one?
This is what that's why he's
the section that he has for the D. Yeah.
Okay, so he's a leader. I'm sorry. Following this broken logic, everybody who mentors a kid who's in trouble could fall under this leadership.
I'm gonna put it to you like this: if they would have had a precise, quick trial, I guarantee you they would have won, because on paper, if the jury just looks at it on paper, it's a wrap. When you get the context for this long, drawn out trial, you get real context and you start to get into the nitty gritty.
Yeah,
and then
I agree.
You see the state is story impaired, so that's definitely not helping their point. So now they're just kind of throwing random things over time that don't connect to any cohesive point or of train of thought.
No question.
And even bringing in the co-defendants, right? She really should have stuck to a half a day, direct examination of them, because the questions could have been simple. On this day, such and such, were you arrested for this activity? How is that resolved? You went to jail. You understand what you did? Like, it was simple. The stuff that she could have just focused on when it came down to even like Woody and all the other stuff. You didn't have to get into the weeds of what he said and how he, accused people. But the reason why they needed to put that in, I'm still going to stick with my theory that they overheard something somewhere where they can't legally get that information in, so they backdooring it with the information that they do have available to them.
I think you're right. The problem is, in my opinion, they've gone so long that this trial has no longer been about the rules and the facts and this, that, and the other. It is literally about personality. And I'm sorry, like this is going to become, this is boiled down to who do the jurors like the most, and she should have been very fast. She should have been very quick. She should have done, it should have been 10 days, 15 at the very, very most, because that would have been enough time for them to get the information, the facts out without Adrian Love's behavior really truly taking root. But now it's grown, it's metastasizing all throughout that courtroom, and it's going to be a mess because we're almost a year in and the defense has not even stepped onto the field yet.
How often do you hear trial day 140?
I can't say that I hear that ever, but
well, maybe in O.J. Simpson, because I remember watching that trial.
And how did he lose or win?
He ended up winning, but
I think I know what he's trying to say.
Think about the stupidity that happened. They had they tried on the gloves.
Look, you know dang well that glove should not have won that argument if it would have been like a cut dry case. Because it prolonged, they fell in love with his attorney.
There you go.
That's because of the long extent.
It also was homeboy, like when they had Furman up there and he had that moment where he was like, I plead the fifth. Once anybody gets up there and pleads the fifth, you're just like, let's just go home.
Take to the house. So my point again, and to fill in with Rome King, if that trial had been shorter, imagine if the OJ trial had been 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever, like something reasonable. Imagine that. Imagine if this trial had been 6 months. They promised 6 months. This would have been a total different game.
So what's happening in these cases, right? Reasonable doubt, right, begins to settle because you start to doubt the information that you're getting. So, I don't know how they can evoke that they're winning, but then I keep forgetting that we are seeing everything front and center. If we was to only see the information that the jurors have before them, would we think the same way? And I think I heard Doug on one of the channels that he was doing his tour on. He was saying that at this point, he said two things that I heard recently. He said at this point, he doesn't believe that the public discourse is matching that of what the jurors' perspective may be on the case. And number two, today he gave a plead to the watching audience not to be sending emails and stuff to the judge because he doesn't feel like it helps their case.
I mean, that's normal.
Yeah. Who said that?
Well, Doug said that. I mean,
Oh,
no,
okay.
that's expected, but we're in this space where you hear people just like, I emailed the judge because I'm like, oh,
Right. Ma'am, can
excuse
you
me.
email can you email your child's teacher? They need you to. They
Look,
need
you
you actually
email a
more.
judge and you tell a judge what to do, it never ends well. I'm gonna just put it that way.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
You see how Glanville acted when Steele just barely said, "Hey man, you doing this wrong." That man put him in jail. That man said, no, no, you're wrong.
Right.
Well, Glanville started this whole like
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, no
he
question.
allowed for them to be disorganized, right? So it's like going into somebody's mind that has always just run around and did things backwards, right? And you trying to make them now do something in an organized fashion.
Right, right.
So that doesn't help, and that's not helping love at all. And then she's sneaky in the process.
Very.
Because if you're winning, right, you don't have to cheat.
Correct.
She's aware, but she doesn't want to admit it. That's the best way I can explain it.
She's aware that she's losing?
She's finding evidence like the red folder. I guarantee
Man.
she found that folder. She been had the folder. Gaither had no idea, most likely. Gaither came in that morning. She said, "Look, this is your folder, okay, Auntie? This is yours."
I hate you. I
And
hate you. I can't stand you.
and she got on that stand wheezing. She said, "Yeah, that's mine." And so that's how that whole thing played out. That's why the questions on defense contradicted what she answered on when the state did the
The
cross
state asker,
direct.
yes. I noticed that.
So it was pretty much like she just got some picked up information that morning.
Correct.
So that's my only assumption.
A very fair assessment. A very fair assessment. Hey, can we take a station break real quick?
Good.
Real quick. I may or may not have actually introduced you all as my guests. I might have taken for granted that everybody knows who you all are. So, of course, y'all know who I am. I hope you do at least. Maybe don't. I don't know. All right. So I'm Jason, Dear World Christian. And here we have Mr. Rome Object 403 King. You mind telling us a little bit about yourself, sir, who you are?
First off, I like to say objection, rule 403. No, let me stop.
Why are you like this, man?
um, let's see. I'm a Morehouse graduate.
The
I,
house. Let me
you
grab
know,
it.
you know how we represent. Um, I originally started in criminal law after 2 years in
Hoodie season.
cab, and quickly that changed. Obvious reasons. And now I'm in corporate law, so I pretty much read contracts and make motions all day.
What's the equivalent of a 403 in a contract for
It's never
contract
really
law?
it's never
What is
really
that?
needed. A lot of stuff in corporate law is kind of just black and white because everything is agreed to beforehand.
Okay.
The only time where it gets muddy or we might have to do some adjustments is if let's say, trying to think of a good example. It's rare, but
Okay.
let's just say someone makes a contract and you sign it with me, and the contract just simply states you can't get a haircut, and you interpret that as okay, I shave my beard off. That's not my haircut, and I can try to interpret it otherwise. But for the most part, that would be the only time where it's kind of like a gray area when contracts aren't set. So my
Okay.
things are pretty cut and dry. But
I
yeah, so
like it.
I've been practicing for over a decade,
I like it.
and so far I love it. It's peaceful. I won't say it's exciting. I don't care.
It sounds
it's
peaceful. It sounds like
it's
this
peaceful.
sounds like it might be your most exciting part of the day.
The,
So
I
it
have a question. So if
absolutely.
you had to go to trial, you go through the federal or just through civil?
Usually, with my firm, since we deal with corporations, it's usually in federal court, but we do have civil cases that we take when it's just like local businesses and stuff like that.
I got you. All right. All right. And down below is our
I'm I'm Monica Mo Justice. I have my own YouTube channel here somewhere in this space.
In these
but
streets.
on these streets. But in practice, I am a paralegal, and I've been doing this now for like almost like 14 years now. So I'm in bank finance, so banking law. So it's definitely different, and we do most of our litigations go through an arbitrator, so like maybe FINRA or one of the SEC or something. No, SEC, we're getting in trouble. But
Right.
FINRA or something like that. I do have back in the days you used to get like different kind of licenses related to banking. So I have a few of those Series 3, Series 7 license, but I don't use them these days.
I got you.
This makes a lot of sense. No wonder you're organized. Okay.
Right.
But yeah.
Her organization skills are top tier for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm not saying like it is rare that you find people organized, but to the degree that she is, you definitely have to be pretty particular. So it makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah.
I love
And
it.
I've been in law firms and in businesses in big financial institutions, and personally I prefer the big financial institution over than being in a
Like
law firm.
she learned.
Wait, say it
She
again.
learned. I said she learned.
Oh, she
Yeah,
learned. Okay.
yeah, because you could go to a law firm and get stuck doing like all this discovery that came in on this case. I'm like the ideal person for that because I would have went through every piece of discovery and documented it and had it down to what we got in. So that's why I'm like so confused when the defense is like, we got all this discovery, but we don't know specifically what they're going to use. Yeah, y'all know exactly what's there.
Let me ask a question. So what you're saying is that on day one, when they opened up and Adrian Love inserted her foot into her mouth by sharing a slide that she shouldn't have shared and told the court that she only shared 4 slides. I'm sorry, that she shared 5 slides, but then Brian Steele's like, we only got 4. You would have made sure that didn't happen. Is that basically what you're telling me?
Well, I can't control her if I'm
There
working
you
for
go. There you go.
you. You
She
know what
did
I'm
that on
saying?
her own. She
She
literally
did.
they had
She
that
probably did.
discussion right before the opening,
That is
and they
true.
pointed it out, and she still did it. And that's Adam Mo's hand at the point.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean,
That's
they
fair.
were supposed to take out his name,
Yep.
as being, his name as being somebody that represented one of the, I don't even know, to be quite honest, the information that they put on the stuff is ridiculous. Let's take like the other day when they had the situation with the documents that came from with the phone calls, right? So
Okay.
the Verizon
Speak
report,
for the
right?
okay,
And they
Verizon.
got
Yeah.
right. So everything you get in this world is gonna get downloaded into an Excel spreadsheet, correct?
Facts.
Right? Data is gonna come in, and when they however they do it, it's gonna get to you, and it's gonna be in a bunch of fields and columns or whatever, right?
Like this. I mean, the crying out loud. This thing right here is a Excel spreadsheet.
Correct.
That's all this
Right.
is.
This is all we use all day long. We make charts like this all day long. That's how
Yeah,
we graph documents all day long
for
in
sure.
something like this. So it's shareable and it's readable, right?
Hmm.
When you get the stuff that came in from Verizon or whichever vendor it was, right? You don't go making your own columns on that. You go
I
You
gotta make sure I
see,
clip that.
look,
I
I
gotta make
don't
sure
know
I
if you
clip
were
that.
there
Yo,
that day. I was going crazy about that spreadsheet. I was like, what is this? I was like,
how
what
do
did they just make this today? I was like, what is going on?
So they just got the information and then they was like, well, let me sort it no, you make a copy of that and you work off of the copy. The original always stays the original because that's what you have to present to the defense or
Yep.
whoever. That's part of your discovery going out to them. And then plus you got to use it as evidence. You don't come in there with your lines where you've done matched it up with, whichever criminal.
It looked like some high school student put a chart together. I was just like,
right, let me give you an example. So your child comes home with a project, the infamous shoebox diorama, and your child's teacher, gave you a rubric. I would give my students the rubric, and we would go over and say, hey, if you want to get an A, this is what you need to have in your rubric. When my daughters had done the projects before, I'd bring out Trina's, I'd bring out Taylor's project, and we'd go over it and they would score it. They were well versed in how to get an A+ on this project. I had a student one year, I'm not going to say what year it is. They made their own rubric. I'm like, wait, what is this? Like, the project was totally different. I'm like, well, what is, and their mom made another rubric that was not mine. And they had little lines on it and little columns.
Bless her heart.
They made their whole thing. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, right? This has got to be a joke. And especially because my principal knew, everybody knew Whitaker makes sure these kids, there's no way they're not going to know how to do this. Because rubrics are super easy. By the way, if you're a teacher, use rubrics. They're easy, man. You get the kids on, you get them on a rubric, bruh. It's your life is easy peasy.
Unless you get Miss Love for a parent, then it's
right. Or you get Miss Love as a student, because then she's gonna do the rubric on a piece of toilet paper, and Lord knows what she wrote it with. But so that's the equivalent. Like, you already have an established, and all of my other teachers had the same rubric, because all the teachers on the grade level, I would share it with them. It's because we're all doing the same project, and I would share with them. But then little Johnny or little Sally, I want you to know who it was, come in there with their own rubric, and that's Adrian Love right there.
Look, she's different. That's the best way I can put it.
She built differently.
A lot of things that she does, I've never seen done from a DA per se to that degree. So imagine you lie to a judge face every week, and it's like normal.
Because she doesn't say it with the level of, I would have a problem going to my pastor lying to him today. I would have a problem. My mom is 70 plus years old. She's not going to do anything to me. I would have a problem lying to my mother, even today. She says it like there's no problem, though. She got no issue. Monica, I'm 9 feet tall. I'm like, and just lying, lying, just as a friend of mine used to say, lying to make friends. You just lying.
You ain't got a lie to kick it. No, but
right. I'll be your friend without you lying.
To the court. When the judge said that to her, when she, day one of taking over, she told her, I need you to be mindful of your candor to the court, right? So they're very well aware of Love's deficiencies.
But isn't that problematic that...
Not if you're a judge.
Yeah, right. Like, if I know that Monica has a propensity to not pay back money, we go out for dinner, we take our families out. Monica says, hey, I forgot my purse. No problem, I got you covered. But she does this every week. She does every time.
The court is an enabler.
Right. The court isn't. I feel like Judge Glanville enabled her from the word go. I bet you if we rewound and found other judges, they probably did the exact same thing. It has allowed her to continue in these bad habits without really clamping down. Like a real true, you can't use everything in that folder. Let me get that.
But
and just drop it in the garbage can.
This is why I think this is her in a tamed setting. This is her actually holding back. That's my opinion. Because the way that they treat her from the judge's perspective, it's like they're expecting it to some degree. So when they're like, come on, Miss Love, you can't keep doing this. And they say this every week.
Every week.
In my mind, I'm like, what else does she do when the cameras aren't on? Like, do y'all know her to do anything further? Like, how does that work? In federal court, they don't care if you're the state or the defense. You keep playing and lying in the judge's face, it's going to be some consequences.
But at what point does that actually happen?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering. I don't know. Hey, by the way, somebody asked what is a rubric, and I just dropped the link in there so you can kind of see one. I just pulled one up on Teachers Pay Teachers. This is not the one I use because I don't have my jump drive. It was lost in the cyber attack.
Cyber attack.
Why is my laundry not done? That's cyber attack, y'all. I'm expecting my kids to use that as an excuse.
Did you not pay your taxes this year, Mr. King? The cyber attack. You know,
oh, as long as you hey, don't play no games. Look,
it's Fannie making it hard. I'm really debating it. Debating it. If you see how much I pay in taxes, I'm really debating it because I know a majority of that Wade funding, it definitely came from one of my checks.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
oh my gosh. Okay. All right.
It's actually it's unfortunate because at the end of the day, the part where it says justice is blind.
Right.
Deaf too.
Right. I'm gonna say and clearly deaf because this woman is lying to you in 4K.
Yeah.
I ain't never seen this. Like Whitaker can't see, she can't hear. And then whenever she does like catch her red-handed, like double, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. The seventh time, okay, Miss Love. Like, look, don't keep doing this.
No, stop. At one point, you have to actually, and this is the thing I don't think, and it's going to take, yes, Judge Whitaker is going to have to really, truly do something. And Monica, should we talk about what we were sharing this week or no?
Okay, what?
That they used to work together.
Who?
That Paige.
Well, they had to.
They had to. They didn't just. Yeah, they actually worked together, and I think that's got to play into it too. Like I know you, I'm over you in theory, but you trifling. Like that's why Judge Whitaker comes across like that.
They were prosecutors, right? I'm listening to other people that come out of the Georgia circuit, right? So you got to define working together because they could have been prosecutors, but were they on the same team? Was she in that special unit with Love? So it doesn't necessarily mean they worked together. They just was. It's a big office. Like there's gonna be, I envision it be broken down to like there's gonna be the gang unit, there's gonna be the robbery unit, there's gonna be the burglary unit. You understand? Like people are gonna have an expertise to the type of cases that there's gonna be the homicide unit. You know that takes a different the reason that takes a different specialty in dealing with stuff and besides you then become versed in reading the autopsy report, looking at the DNA stuff that comes back, you know, versus being in the gang unit that's supposed to be looking at ballistics and giving us what is it, Nibin matches and stuff like yeah. So like, you know.
I don't think Rome King knows about Nibin matches.
No, I don't.
He knows about whether or not a phony 20 is probably no, I'm sorry, you probably down with a phony 20, you know about.
Integrated Ballistic Information Network. They was like, we got a Nibin match. I was like, oh good. So wait a minute. Judge Witt was like, so whose guns were it?
Right. Okay, you got a match, but like whose finger was on the trigger, please?
She what's that girl's name that came up there, the boxer, right?
Miss Smith.
Yeah, so they got a Nibin match at her.
SIMTH Smith.
Anybody could have been.
Basically.
She was like, wasn't people looking for him? And the other bad part about this is that all of these defendants or suspects or whatever you want to call them are well known to this, you know, this prosecutorial team.
Right.
So she would have been better off coming in. This is what I would have appreciated more. If she would have came in and told the whole story about why there was a beef between If Gang and YSL in the first place.
But that would require, well, there'd be a double-edged problem there.
Why?
One, she would have to be able to tell a story. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but Adrian Love cannot tell stories.
Impaired.
That's just it. There's no other way around it. And I'm going to go, you know what? I'm going to go big. I'm just going to go big. The Fulton County DA's office is inept in telling story. But also, let's just pretend that they were able to tell a story about the beef. What would be the immediate next question if I'm able to tell a compelling story about this, the Hatfields versus the McCoys, and this is why the Hatfields, we need to throw them under RICO? What's the next logical question? Well, why are the McCoys not getting thrown under the bus? And so that would only create more problems. That's why they use very generalized terms about the If Gang or the 30 Deep or anybody, my left achy toenail, whatever.
Hybrids.
They don't bring their names up very clearly, because that would be my next logical question. Well, when is their trial starting? Am I going to be a juror on their trial too? Well, when are they getting arrested? Oh, you didn't arrest any of them? Oh, you had 9 years to do so? That's problematic. But I think that's the outcome, because they can't tell the story.
They can tell the story, but this goes back to this is what makes those assertions about Fannie having relationships with certain people on the case, it makes it look very believable, because it's like you said, why is this whole other subset here completely just chilling?
I have a theory.
Okay, hold on.
The folks that lived within the confines of the If Gang come from tree-lined streets, right? The folks that lived within the YSL come from projects and low life, like, you know, it was a class. It's a breakdown of classes,
right?
Because even the lady that got shot, you know, in the tail, right? They were coming from a house, right? And even when you see her describe it, right? She went to go live with her sister for whatever reason it is. She's living in her sister's house. But when you listen to her testify, she starts to tell you about what a nice neighborhood she was living in, right? And then she was like, well, everyone knows, like, she was like, so Philly, whatever, his she didn't say baby mama, because, you know, Love got a nicer way to you know, to describe people, but she was like, so his child's mother lives on in so and so, and she's like, yeah, well, everybody knows where that is, but I don't know where she lived at, right? So they were definitely telling you that there was a breakdown. So when you start fighting with kids with money or families that come from money, right, they are going to protect their loved ones way different than what can be done for families without money.
Fair enough.
So you know, there's definitely a class situation between these two gangs.
And to me, there is the problem. If you're going to get one, if you're going to get the Hatfields, you got to get the McCoys. If you're going to get,
but if I buy up my politicians, and you understand, because remember, Fonnie says she sat down with the family of whatever. Even though Mr. If Gang was running around, one gang was running around stealing ATMs, and the other gang was running around breaking into the banks. Right?
Well, they just scamming.
You understand? Because I think they say that the guys, when they started questioning the mother about, so this would be Thomas's mother, right? Which is why they ended up having to go get the father to do to testify as well, right? Because the mother seemed to be disconnected, but one of her relatives was like some big thief. You understand? And people believe that his money is the money that was funneled into whatever record label or whatever it was that this guy was in. But you know, that's just that's me looking at things behind the scenes, stuff that the jury will never know, because remember, they didn't want to tarnish his name.
Because that's the person they're trying to get justice for, allegedly. So
Right.
But you could get justice for one gang after another. Like if I was doing this, and I never had a desire to be a criminal justice person,
You're
but
smart.
I would have just been like, listen, these two groups got in it. They were bang, bang, shoot them up, do. And today we're going after them because they shot up and killed up this one. And
What
tomorrow I'll be going after the other ones.
But you're not, though. That's the only thing. We all know that you won't. I'm sorry. I'm just cutting you. Because you know why? Because you've had 9 years. I'm sorry. I don't.
Well, they had 9 years, but listen, they were trying to go after a vehicle that probably didn't even do the shooting when they know it's the Bonneville. The problem with the Bonneville right now is that was Jack and them was in the car. We seen them at the gas station.
We saw
and
them, right?
one of them, and God knows when.
And the other bad part about it is that Love already done insinuated that she looked at the cameras from the back
Right.
of the back of the gas station, but why didn't they submit those as evidence is beyond me. It's probably the same reason why they put a tap. Why was there a tap on Demikian Garlington's phone and
Right.
nobody else's? But his auntie was having a relationship with you. So why did you tap those phones? And which other phones in that family's line was being tapped? And who is that family? Like, I'm gonna need them to stop playing with me and start telling me like who's these big, like it isn't until we hear from Zachary's dad that we now know we're dealing with some gangsters, okay?
Right.
Some real bona fide down the family line.
To be fair, he was being honest. To be fair. That
No,
man said, I knew.
being,
This
but
man
he
said, I
wasn't
had
being.
this lawyer since childhood. I've never
He did.
Oh my God. I'm over here looking for resource counselors for college. This man said, nope, I got me a paid attorney on retainer at 14. I'm out.
Well, I mean, he did. Wow.
He did say that. Like, so I'm gonna need y'all to stop playing with me. Like, tell it like it was. Like, just. But see, we not from there, but we know there's a story there. Like somebody knows a story.
I feel like if they tried to branch out certain elements, like you were explaining, that would paint a better picture. It's like they're hiding something more that can probably look worse on optics than they want than it already is. That's the only thing I can come to, unless they just can't put a story together. It's one or the
You know what?
other.
Well, okay, real quick. In the chat, most of the time when somebody gets sworn in, they're sworn in to do what? To tell just put in the chat. Put in the chat, what are they sworn to do? Usually, put their hand on the Bible, lift their hand up and say, I
gotta be honest.
whatever. But most of us know it as the what? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sometimes a lie.
Some form or variation of that statement. And I could tell you the truth, but I could withhold some information. Rome King punched me in the throat.
Allegedly.
After I punched him in the head. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I could kind of forget that. I could tell the truth, but I gotta tell the whole truth and not add to it, aka Rome King threatened to run me over with his car. The problem is he told me that when we were 9 years old, running our little Hot Wheel cars when we were playing in our backyard. Well, it's still true. It's just not true in this context of this conversation. So and again, I just don't think that maybe the lawyers need to take an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There's some part of this story that will not pass the smell test. If they reveal it, if they share it. Maybe it's that Jeffrey really isn't guilty. Maybe they say that Jeffrey, we don't have a RICO case at all. We really just got a whole bunch of criminals running around here. We need to throw the book at these guys, but we want to lump all of them in it because we want to get Jeffrey out of here for some reason. Maybe it's because of his money. I think it's still because of his money. But you got my point. So that's why I think they're not telling the whole story, because it will, maybe the whole story is maybe just two of those guys. And one of them has got to be Rondarius, and probably the other one's Huey. But you got my point. Maybe it's only two of those guys, but they're trying to lump everybody in. Okay, I'm sorry. Go.
The story is, how is this a RICO?
We've been
you understand what I'm saying? Like, make it make sense how this became a what was going on that made this a dangerous gang, right? And I think it's not going to be the individuals that we're looking at right now. Like, we're focused on Thug, when it is more so, it's all the people that came in. It's the ancillaries. It's the Copelands and his mindset at the time. It's the Sledge and his nurturing of folks at the time. You know, I saw Sledge's interview also that he did the other day, and he said, like, when Jeffrey was growing up, he was the one giving him money for shoes and stuff like that, you know. And he said that when he brought him into his environment to do the being a security guard, that people knew him. Like, Jeffrey got there and was like, yo, this is my man. When I was down and out, he did this and this and this for me, right? So he never disgraced or talked down on any of those guys that he tried to take away or show them something different, share the experience with them. He never disrespected any of them, you know. Like, to be sitting in the seat that he's in, I can understand why people are so apologetic to him. He was, I don't know if he was truly humble under, but I do know that he was humble.
Truly humble under God.
I give Steele points because he really tried it. He really tried it.
He did.
Who?
When he described it, when Steele was over there breaking it down, he was like, this is what it means. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna let that slide. That was good. I'm let you have that.
There are things that you gotta let Steele do, because one, he's not, you know, he's not a black man, so he's presenting it from a different perspective, and he looks at Thug's popularity and his from riches, you know, from out of the dirt to riches, life. He looks at that as such a reward. Like, it's phenomenal. Like I would love to have somebody believe, like he's representing him from a position of he really believes what he's saying, and he's really invested in his client. He's just not trying to stand up there and tell you his client didn't do something. He really believes what he's saying.
Right.
I believe that. And I think it comes across as a genuine, I believe this. Now, look across the courtroom, you know good and well they don't believe this. It doesn't come across like they believe this. I'm just punching the clock. I'm just here so I don't get fined. That's just it. That's how it comes across. And I say this again. If you think that your cause is righteous, that you're cleaning the streets of Atlanta, and you're going to throw these no good for nothing nearly wells in jail forever, would you not be more prepared? Would you not be more polished? Would you not be more crisp? You coming in here on two wheels like you coming off of a bender all weekend.
The only thing I can make sense of that is like we were saying earlier, a lot of the stuff that they have is circumstantial. So when they present it, they have to present it with a certain level of confidence and pray that 9 other shark-like attorneys don't pick up on any of the errors. So it's not like one set of eyes is watching their deceptive ploy. You got that many people in the courtroom, it's going to be hard to wiggle anything by.
Let me also add, because I watched Keith Adams and Max Shard when they went off about Darth Gaither breathing all heavy and stuff like that in court the other day. And you notice they tell you that they're watching social media. He told you that. Matter of fact, Doug Weinstein on Phil's channel today said they watch Law and
They're
Crime
reading the
while they're
comments.
in the courtroom and they're paying attention to the chat.
I can't believe he said that though.
I didn't want him to say that either. I really didn't want him to say that, but I'm like, Doug, be okay, all right.
I mean, it's a resource, so they
It's a
use what they
resource.
have.
So, but Max Shard alluded to it. Doug Weinstein just outright said it. You know, that they're on Twitter, they're on that. So my point in that is that's yet another reason why I think Adrian Love is fighting so hard to get. I think she wants that camera out of there. If the camera's in there by the end, I will be very surprised. Let me go.
So how about this for a twist?
I ain't got no time for no twists.
No, listen. Why don't the people sue back, right, in the communities and sue Fani back and say, because you misappropriated our funds that should have been allocated to keep us out of gangs, we had no choice, but like all of the things that they were supposed to invest in, right, to prevent this from happening, they couldn't do anything. They've misappropriated the funds. They're spending all this money, right? Trying this case when they could have
wanted a man.
redirected this right to folks in need.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, what is it called, Rome? There's a reason why they can't actually sue.
This is a different type of sue. We're not talking about suing for malicious
Yeah, she's talking about misappropriation.
We're talking about suing
okay,
because you misappropriated the funds that was supposed to be allocated to us. Whomever it was supposed to be allocated to our communities to prevent this gang stuff, and because you failed to put that money into our communities, we were subjected to being part of these gangs. And
to be honest, I think Ashley is probably going to end up doing that.
Because that's the way. That's the only way to go at this point. Because
action. I guess, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean, like those are the types of things you could argue occurred in this case, especially when you see the video of Zachary sitting inside of the interrogation room, and the guy walks in and he's like, yo, give me a hug and all this other stuff.
Oh no.
But you're the one that wrote out the indictment paper. You're the one who issued the warrant for the arrest for a person that they had no involvement, perhaps, in his in a nut situation. And then you made them a target. See, here's the problem with this false with this false arrest without good evidence and stuff. You made them a target in furtherance of the other gang coming after them and sorting them out. But for you engaging in this arrest, they would have never had that target on their back.
Bingo.
You understand? Like, so
no, I got you.
So it was the DA's actions, right, and that special little group that they had that continued the beef on the street. Remember when Woody said he was like asking them, yo, could you reach out to his family and tell them I had nothing to do with this? And like they were pleading, they came to you as police to protect and serve. And you didn't. You just left them to the sharks.
The Fulton way.
That's the Fulton way. Yeah, that's fair. So you're saying, I see some people saying class action.
I'm saying Ashley Merchant. That'll probably be her next train of thought, because all the records she's getting just so happen to be all financial records that are kind of coordinating how they spend the money from that office. And those are the records she can't get for some reason, coincidentally. So,
she can't get employee records either. So, I mean, they wouldn't even give your Morehouse brother wouldn't even give her that.
Look, don't say that. Look. Hey. We're not gonna slander Morehouse tonight. That's what we're not gonna do. He went to ICDC. He did not go to Morehouse.
Who was that?
Dexter Bond. He did.
Dexter Bond.
We drafted him to DeVry.
Yeah, absolutely, DeVry. Absolutely.
I think she's planning that kind of course of action because it's gotten to that point where she's like, okay, you want to play like this, say less. So the
And
records
see,
that she's getting are very damning to the DA's office because we know they haven't been spending the funds correctly.
Fact. We do know that. Wow.
in Georgia, are their salaries open
Public.
records?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
public information.
Yep. Public record.
Because like in New York, I could just go and figure out how much people are making, and then I'd be so shocked.
Those are public. The issue that they're having with that office is, like you said, misappropriation of funds. Like she's paying publicists like six figures, like her
Ooh.
own personal specific. Like they're on social media taking things down that have any type of slander towards her.
Mhm.
How does that help the community?
That's a
Yeah,
great question.
I think when they arrested and they let them go and now they're not part of it, right? So that would be Sledge, Woody, and the other, who was the third person? It was the guy on the stand the other day, right?
Talking about Zachary. Or
Zachary.
they did Moncton. Yeah, that's Sledge.
That's Sledge,
Woody.
right? Yeah.
And what was that? It's the guy that was just on there.
Zachary.
Zachary, right? They should file something because
Zachary definitely got a lawsuit.
they should
think so.
file
I
a
think definitely.
civil rights violation. Yeah, he should file something because he wasn't a material witness.
Yeah.
He has a very clean cut case, in my opinion. It doesn't get more shady than, okay, your doctor won't give us this.
So we're gonna call somebody and
Kidnap
allege that
this
that's your
kid.
doctor.
Kidnap
to-
this man. Put him in our hospital.
Right.
Hey, somebody call Johnny. Call Johnny. Tell him to check out this boy. Give him some Neosporin. He'll be all right.
Johnny
Right.
Cochran is turning over in his grave right now. Like, but though I've seen somebody from his law firm do some commentary on this case, and it's
Oh, really?
been,
Okay.
yeah. There's a guy. He's got a YouTube channel. He comes from the Cochran firm. He's done some commentary, but without all the facts. Like.
Oh.
Sometimes I just sit back and I listen to people and I'll be like, so you
That
didn't
ain't what
even
happened.
bother to get the facts, right? You just gonna talk.
Wow.
You just gonna get up here and talk about
You
something.
remember we spoke about it earlier the last time. If we would have never like invested into the case, we would already have our prejudgment set in our mind because of how much, when you just hear it out loud and you hear like, oh, they have 700 exhibits of evidence and this and that, you're thinking from the outside like, okay, they're done, they're cooked, that's it. But when you actually dive into this case, it's quite entertaining from a legal mind perspective because you get to see a lot of nuance to things you don't really see often.
Correct.
So you get to see incorrectly placed warrants. You get to see what happens when witnesses are impeached, which we get a crash course on every week from Miss Love. Like that's probably the only thing she learned.
week.
And like
She paid attention in that weekend.
that was the only one. That was the only course.
Yeah.
I think I think she has not impeached only 2 witnesses so far. The lady that got shot in the Google and the dude that got his head blown off.
Mo,
the
we've
911
been through
operator.
40 witnesses. We went through 40 witnesses, Mo. Come on now. Look, that ain't even 10%.
But
The
I'm just
911
saying,
operator.
this was the only 2 that she, out of her own witnesses, that she didn't, go Rambo on. I mean, the other girl.
No, the 911 operator, the Sprint guy.
Okay, the nun hired
Right.
from the
Anybody
state people.
non-criminal. So what it is she doesn't like people who are criminals, who are witnesses. Again, because everybody she has a problem with are former criminals.
It's not that she doesn't like. I'm gonna put it this way.
You don't think Auntie that got shot in the booty, you don't think that she,
bless her heart?
No, because she was a victim. She was a victim. But look at how she treated Smith. What's her name? What's the girl? Simth. Smith.
She was scared.
Right. But she also wasn't a criminal.
Oh, that would be the third. That would be the third. Well, did she? Yeah, but she did.
She hightailed it out of there. She hightailed her out of there.
I think she knew, like, if she would have actually spoke on why in specifics, it would have made their case look even more kind of ridiculous.
That girl would have been. She would have been.
She was gonna be unfiltered. She was gonna tell it. She was gonna unfiltered tell it. Nope, I left this man. He was broke. I got this guy over here.
He had
got
more money.
mad.
There you go.
And look, he tried to shoot me up. Like, he tried to look. Stuff happens, Your Honor.
No, see, I gotta get out the ghetto because I was thinking something totally different. I felt like she let him stay at the house, and I'm talking.
Okay, tell us a story.
So I'm feeling like she wasn't home that night, right? Because she told Montunk he was gonna be there, and that's why.
The way that she operates, like her personality, I can't see it going. It has to be something where she was probably like cold-hearted. The one of them was just like, "Look, we done," and then they didn't expect her to find somebody to. And when they seen it, they're like, "Okay, we can't address her. We gotta leave her, but like we gotta shoot the guy."
He was 10 years older than all of them, right? So he just needed to stop anyway.
He a child at heart. Come on, he young at heart.
Yeah, he is though.
All his friends are 15 years younger. Like he young.
That's crazy.
God bless him, because even when I seen him on that interview, I shared it on my wall, and I seen him on that interview, I felt like this is not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be feeling sorry for the criminals. You're not supposed to be like, oh man,
what did I tell you? If this case had been like, again, 6 months, and they just rolling through there fast enough for us not to take a liking to or feel sympathetic toward others,
yep,
it would have been different. But I mean, you let Woody sit on that stand for, I think somebody said 45 days out of 2 months or something like that. Insane. That's your fault.
Start feeling sorry for him because he's like, let the man go. Like, what he said, what he said.
and Lord knows y'all messed up with Lil D. There's no reason for him to have been up there for that abuse session that y'all put on.
I'm gonna keep using this reference. If you stay with somebody for a long period of time and you already don't have an established relationship with them, it's gonna eventually lean the other way. Like, it's gonna lean in the negative light. Yeah. So the state is the only reason everybody is in that courtroom right now. It's because they can't. The state is the only reason it's at 140 plus days. Because at this point, it's like evidence. Can you get this in order? Can you do that? And they're like, nope, we can't take this off. Actually, we just added that. We found 12 more witnesses, and it's like, come on.
Lord knows how much evidence we found.
You know what though? I would let them do all of that. I would sit back and let them. I probably would have let them rock their 700 witnesses. You know why?
Why?
When they never getting out of Rice Street. What do you mean?
Who hurt you? You gonna empty out all of Rice Street?
I would let them do their 700 witnesses. You know why? Because at the end of the day, these are the worst DAs that we've seen in all of these cases. I think they come up as the worst DAs ever, and I'm upset because they look like me. Amen. You know, in sexuality and color, right? So that's usually not prevalent, and the fact that they would just. She would exhaust herself having to get to the end. She would give up. I'm telling you, she wouldn't get to the 700 because she would give up.
Yep. Or she would crack and just do something crazy.
Yeah, she'd be goated at that point because
you don't see her mannerisms and everything is getting more and more and more every week. So you're seeing more antics that are more blatant. You're seeing more body movements. Like, she used to hide this stuff. She used to be clever. And like, it's been 140 days. Now it's just like, okay, yeah, Judge, I lied.
I lied to you.
I didn't mean to lie, Your Honor. Like, give me another chance, okay? We
slap me on the wrist. Right.
Can you imagine, right? She's standing there. I might like the judge is just berating her, right? And she's just standing there like, go ahead, woman, hit me with your best shot. Like
That's her.
it was the I don't give a darn
Yeah.
reaction that you ever did see. Like it was just like
I could never endure that. Knowing that it's televised, like there's not a bone in my body. It would have just been like, look, you just walk out the courtroom wrong. Like this ain't it. Just move out the state. They caught you. For her,
Yeah.
she is okay. Now what? Now what, Your Honor? I get a salary regardless of what you want to do.
Hence why I say she has to make a very serious, forthright adjustment to it, aka some major sanctions, because otherwise it's just going to remain.
what I honestly, you're the state. You have the burden is on you, right? And if you can't make a cohesive case, I mean, I gotta also look at it for. I just had an epiphany that it could be so bad that. See, I didn't listen to the voir dire of these jurors, so I don't have an idea of what type of jurors they have sitting on there.
Right.
So I just can't imagine that they can't see through the shenanigans. But
Right.
what's
You
gonna
never
end
know.
up happening is this last murder, the one with the guy at the stoplight.
Okay.
They better come strong or go home with that one, because that's going to be the most interesting one, because we all know that they all pass through there, right? Even you know what's his name was wearing a ankle bracelet?
Ooh,
Shannon.
Lord.
So I just need to see coordinates now. And you explain to me that at the very moment, like you're going to have to explain to me at the very moment that he passed by there, because of course we've already been set up to believe that they don't stop at red lights. So he couldn't have been stopped at that red light that long.
It's the alternator.
It's the alternator.
Yeah, it was bad. The car just went. Things happen sometimes.
This is crazy. Yeah, I didn't realize he had on a ankle bracelet.
Oh no. DWC should pop back up, but for that situation, like you said, if they can print the optics in a story, sure. Like I could see that really like giving them a point up. I just don't trust Miss Lowe to be capable of it. Like I don't know how to explain it. She makes a sympathetic story turn very aggressive. So it's kind of like what are you trying to say?
Well, it's kind of funny because it's gonna be that they only discovered this information because one of the investigators saw the person with the outfit on, the same outfit on.
I don't
Like,
trust the
you know,
investigator.
like when she went to go look back at, they went to go look back at video footage of the gas station. And listen, Georgians, stay out the gas stations. Like just
Look,
act.
if the sun is
Don't.
down, I am not at the gas station.
Right. The last place I'm gonna be is at, and yeah.
Now I
I'll go
understand.
early in the morning. But I got your point.
I understand what you. I remember one morning you was like, "Yeah, my wife and my daughters, they do not get gas. I go and get the gas." I was like, "Oh, this is like me being so bougie." Even coming from New York, I go into New Jersey to get gas because
Oh, I
they
hate that
pump
in New Jersey. Oh, I hate that.
they
I want
pump your own gas for you. I'll be sitting up here like, "Yeah, I never pump gas. I don't know what that even looks like. I go across the bridge and
I
pay
go
$20."
early. I go early in the morning. It's like 5 or 6 a.m. Anytime I need to go get the gas. I don't like the attention. Number one, look, I know you're gonna say otherwise because of the color of the car. But I honestly don't like the like. At first, it was nice, but then it gets a little bit too much. So I just try to go in there when there's nobody there. I don't need somebody asking me, do I smoke weed at the Quick Trip? I don't need somebody asking me, hey man, do I want a mixtape?
Not a mixtape.
Look, I don't need none of that. I don't need the woman saying, what do I do for a living? I just want to get my gas and my chips or my snacks and
But
go.
I
That's
would
it.
never went inside. Like, and I'm going to go down to Georgia because I want to catch this trial one day. But I'm not going to
They won't let you
I'm
do it.
just not. I would never go inside the store or the gas station. I don't do that now. And we got like Wawa and Quick
Yeah.
something with a Q that people go into. I never go.
What do y'all got? Y'all don't have Quick Trip.
Yeah, they ain't got
We
that.
got something with a Quick. We got something with a Q.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. I get BJ's gas now because gas is like $2.
You would hate Georgia. That's the best way I'll put it. You would.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Mo in Atlanta at 7 p.m. trying to get some gas?
That would be a mess.
Oh, I'm ghetto, so I could.
Well, see, okay, this is another thing though. That is definitely an inside the city of Atlanta type of thing.
Yeah.
Right. So again, tree line streets, they don't have that problem. So you just got a lot of people. You got all the lawn care companies that are at the gas station on 7:00 in the morning. Because I got to go take my daughter's car to get gas. I might go tomorrow morning so I can film it so y'all can see.
Oh,
It's
you brave.
jam packed. It's jam packed in the morning. But the point is, so I think also if you go into that part of town where we're talking about, Mo, if you come to Atlanta, we will do a tour. But down in that part of town, there's not a lot of other things going on.
I'm not taking her to Riverdale. Like,
You can come up in Marietta, but there's not a lot of other things going on. Like some parts of town, you got all these things for children and kids and young adults and adults to do. Bars and breweries and bounce place and was it
that's the
trampoline parks and
that's the
all
nice
that.
side.
You don't have that in a lot of those places. So literally, I hate to say it, that's why you keep hearing the gas station brought up because
That's all they got to go to.
that's all they got.
That's their hangout spot. So
Right.
when I was
Whereas,
in college,
go ahead.
I had a Challenger SRT8 when they first came out, and I thought I was like Superman. So I would go to the Quick Trip in Decatur, and I didn't realize the type of attention it would bring like that, because I was like 20 or 19 or 20 right then. I almost got into like my first shootout at the gas station. All because I wouldn't tell the man how much it was, like how much I paid for it. Like he tried, you can sense when they like approach you and they're there for another reason.
Facts.
So
But
he's trying to be
none of your business.
pretend friendly. He's trying
None
to
of your
pretend
business.
like,
Go away.
hey man, hey, what's up? What you got going on tonight? And I'm like, I don't know this guy. Like, what you doing? I'm waiting for my friends. And it got to a point where he will purposely escalate the situation. And that's how it usually happens in Atlanta. So you will get somebody that's there for escalation. So
Right.
these type of things that happen in the street that Miss Love is trying to explain, it can be for literally any personal reason. Like it
You don't have to be
probably
a
never is
valid
gang
reason.
related.
Right. It doesn't have to be a valid reason. Matter of fact, more likely isn't a valid reason.
Oh,
It's
look,
just crazy. Like you would not think of being at the gas station with a gun. But I also come from states that we don't have like open carry and stuff like that. So we don't see people
We're at church with
around
guns.
with guns. Yeah.
I'm sorry. We're at church with guns.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm just
we
letting you
don't
know.
we don't get to see that. So I always said, like, when I go to one of those other states, I'm gonna be a little nervous because I'm gonna see people walking around with guns that I don't get to see out here. If you walking around with a gun, we call it 911.
I keep my best friend with me. I'm sorry.
Right.
Sorry. That incidents like that are why. Like I went to train, like gun training, as soon as that happened. Like I was like, oh, this is not where I wanted my life to end. So I don't want to fall out at a Quick Trip,
Right. And we're crashing out at Quick Trip. We're not crashing out at Quick Trip. But no, I agree. All right. So real quick, what's gonna happen this week?
It's gonna be boring to you.
What's gonna happen? They're gonna come back to court. They're gonna realize the judge is gonna realize like she's gonna put the blame on both the defense and the state for not
Oh,
coming
I
to
hate when
any
she does that. Oh, I
conclusion or
hate when she does
decision.
that.
She doesn't want the judge isn't judging, so she's expecting them to do that.
The
So
judging is not done by the
um,
judge.
I can't fathom how logic says I'm gonna let these 10 plus attorneys try to agree to a conflicting resolution with each client that's part of this. After all these years, they couldn't do that, but now
Correct.
they're gonna do it on day
Yeah,
140. That they're just gonna magically, hey, you know what?
they got it. They're gonna do it.
You know what? I'll get along with you, Miss Love. What do you want us to do? You want us to
Well,
send
they
our
have
clients to jail? Okay.
what is the agenda this week, right? They're coming back. First of all, they got to submit whatever motions by Tuesday at 12 o'clock, right? So we know
Right.
Good luck
Love
with
ain't
that.
gonna make that
Yeah.
deadline.
Right. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Okay, so she'll be coming in Wednesday morning talking about I got whatever it is on the feed at 6:09 p.m.
I
That
texted
was
to you while you were
crazy.
driving in today.
Adam made sure he told him that. He's like, no, Your Honor. That is not correct.
That's not what you said.
So, but they're going to be going over the motion. So I guess it's going to be the one to show autopsy pictures for a crime that
Nobody in there committed.
Look,
well, this
except for
little
Lil
Rod's
B.
crime.
Oh, Lil Rod. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, Lil Rod.
yeah,
Yeah,
But
look.
see, I'm wondering, right? I know he's been convicted of it and it's on appeal, right?
correct.
I wonder what is on appeal though with that case. I wonder what's on appeal with that case. Because see, here's an inherent problem here, right? If Little Rod's case gets reversed on appeal,
Reverse on appeal. Okay. Yeah.
how does that impact this case because it was considered an overt act? But I guess it doesn't really matter because they
Right.
got overt acts around here that are for things that people either pled no contest to
Mm-hmm.
or whatever they call it. Y'all got a different name for it in
We got Nolo. We still got that. They're doing
That's
like
no
got
low.
Nolo? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we got that.
But like this some but I'm just
Or are
because
you
that
talking
was
about the Alfred pre? The Alfred
the
pre?
Alfred, right? They
No,
played
that was brand new to me.
They're
Yeah.
rare. It's
well,
probably like
I
2
don't
or
know
3 a
if we really
year.
have those in New York. I don't think they call it Alfred. I think it's a no contest where you're just saying I'm not contesting what they're
That's
saying
what we
against
count
me,
our
but I'm
Nolo as. Those are our like kind of no
yeah.
contest. But the Alfred plea is kind of the opposite. It's like, okay, I'm not guilty, but I just want to take whatever deal that's presented to me, but I'm still, obtaining my innocence. Um, that one little thing. That's how bad they wanted pleas from them. They were state rarely gives that out because who wants to give somebody a out like, okay, we're gonna charge you, but you're gonna keep your innocence on file. So no matter what happens in the future, they can still say, nope, never did that.
Never did that. I'm wondering how much. I'm wondering how much that conversation is happening offline or between them.
About
That
what?
look, trying to get somebody in that of the six or the six defendants to take an Alfred. Like, look, let
I
me
don't
just
think
throw this
they'll do
book at you.
another Alfred plea
Let me throw this
after.
book at you real quick. Now you can duck, but let me throw this book at you. Then that way I can save face
After
and you can get up out of here.
Sledge, I don't think they will ever do an Alfred plea.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Miss Love did
Well,
not account for that, and it bit her in the behind when she didn't realize. Like, I guarantee she knew it was that type of plea because she kept reading around It has very specific wording for that, and she kept saying the specific wording, and then she tried to lie to the judge and say, "I didn't know that was that type of plea, Your Honor." And it's literally the only plea deal that we have here with that description, and she kept
Yeah.
reading it.
She be playing, y'all, man. She be
I
playing.
was like, "Are you serious?"
yeah, when
In your
she was
face.
doing that, that's when I started to develop the the defense for her that she can't think outside the box. She's just straight centered.
Ain't no box,
like,
Mo. Ain't no box.
Yeah,
but
you gotta
like she
be.
just can't
You gotta
think
actually have a box to think inside of, to then think outside of. She's out here thinking in an open field. No box within a mile.
Basically.
I don't know. It's such a
Can you imagine her for a boss?
Nice.
She'd drive
Imagine
me.
her for what?
A boss? Like you're
Yeah,
like
can
the
you imagine
person
her?
you gotta report to. Can you imagine that?
I would personally, she would be like one of my best challenges as being a
You're getting
paralegal.
fired, Mo.
Yeah.
You're
I
getting
would whip
fired.
her. I would whip her into shape so
She
bad
would make
she'd
you
be
sleepy.
standing up
She'd
there
make you
talking about,
sleepy.
let me contact Monica to see what I should be doing next.
If the judge can't snap on her, you're getting fired, Mo.
Yeah, you're gonna be fired within a week. I'm sorry, Mo.
No,
I appreciate
but
the
I
confidence,
think
Mo.
her office is just disorganized.
Facts.
I just think they can't tell her anything.
She's not
That's not
teachable.
her position. Like her demeanor is not welcoming for any type of like criticism, and you can tell that
Yeah,
from
for
even
sure.
when the judge makes suggestions. Like one of them was, "Why do you want Little D on the stand?" She was like, I really don't know why you would want him here." And she was
Just
like, "No, that's
because.
my material witness. We need him." And all
It
that did was
was the
hurt them.
power, but she called Little D up there again. She was just exercise. It was abuse of authority, and if she and she has to hold that line because she's painted that picture for herself. Like everyone has been. The reason why the other people on the back end of this case, right, didn't take plea deals, right, a
Because
couple of months
they were
ago
garbage.
was because they seen how this went. And they're just like, even if they don't got attorneys, they're back in there sending kites and flying whatever drones to each other.
They just in there as snitches at that point. Then this is all bad. They're like, I did all that and I'm still in here. This is crazy.
Still in here.
But that was a good lesson on snitching. And I mean the first one, I mean this was like, why not snitch? Snitching 101. Do not do it. Here's the
You're right.
lessons and why not do it, right?
You're right. This
But
whole case describes it.
Yeah.
think of when Tick and them first came out, right? Tick and DK, right? And they did
Yeah.
their thing, and they was like, yeah, we was a gang, and this and that. Y'all's the fools. You understand? You came out here foolishly, just like, especially Tick when she said to him, well, who was in the gang? And then he's looking around, he's like, well, Quay, like he's going around the room, and he's like, yeah, we was all part of the gang, and this and that. So those first people were truly intimidated. It
They need
wasn't
a new
until the
recruiter.
people.
They need a new recruiter. That's all
They
I know.
do. They do.
He's like,
ain't
I
it.
ain't going back. I ain't never going back. I ain't going back. But
This ain't it.
I agree with you. I agree, but I'm gonna say it again, like I said yesterday. Adrian Love needs to take a class on. She needs to take stand-up comedy class.
I don't think you
Or
get it.
or
When
okay, watch this. Or like join Toastmasters or something like that.
this is something you learn in anything you do, even with just relationships. It's a certain point in age that you reach where you just don't change. There are just certain things like you cannot change it. Like that's ingrained in her being. And that's the sad part about it. That's why I said
That's
when you
fair.
asked me like, what do you suggest you do? Retire.
It's retire.
This is like legal, like what do they call that? Legal senile. Like she's at an age where she's yelling at these kids, get off her grass in
legal
court.
legal senility. That is
somebody's gonna look at someone's looking at Love's behavior though, and they're gonna file something with the disciplinary committee. There's no way that you have this kind of publicity, or this, this much, this many people looking at you, and you engage in this kind of prosecutorial misconduct.
no, I
Basically.
agree. But
So somebody's gonna write. It's gonna be the friends of something is gonna file something, and they're just gonna have endless amounts of clips of the things that she's done,
that would
especially
be
lies.
that would be a video I would love to see, like a hot clip of all of Adrian Love's shenanigans
Look,
in
that's
this
gonna
trial.
be a 11-hour video.
And you know what? We will sit right here and watch it.
Oh, absolutely.
Even that
Timestamp and all.
plea, even that whole plea negotiation when she was interviewed, when she had the attorney on the stand,
Oh,
and she was like
yeah.
going back and forth with him, and he's like, "Well, I don't know, because that number 8 just popped up." And the judge comes back the following day, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna let those documents in as being like omitted and going back with the jurors." And I'm saying to myself, it's too late. It needs to go back there with them, because they need to see if they're smart, right? They need to see that number 8 was missing and he got it. But then again, that's another attorney who put himself in a position to be like written up on misconduct, because what he was saying essentially is, I didn't read the plea deal.
Basically,
Right.
He started to say that, but then he evolved it into, I think he was trying to protect her in that sense, because
he was trying to protect himself.
Get this. In the end, he said, "I read it, but I do not remember this additional page on number 8 being present once that happened."
That's why I wanted to see it, because one of my biggest faux pas in the office when we're writing things is the carryover paragraphs and stuff to that nature. So I think number 8 might have been on a standalone page to start by itself.
Right.
And a lot of times I have different lawyers with different positions. They will always only have the back signature page as being this blank back signature page. So they could get, like, if they have to go back and revisit, she doesn't want to have to re-sign the document later. I was like, what is this? Where we do this at? Like, oh, excuse me. But you got some people like that. So they strategically make the paragraph.
I don't think they were strategic. You remember you were saying their office is unorganized. So I can honestly see them missing pages from a plea agreement. That's the crazy part. So when he was saying, "I don't remember," I was thinking in my mindset, he's trying his best to protect their relationship. 9 out of 10, he has more cases in her court that he has to deal with Miss Love. And then at the point when she put him on the stand, I think he started to realize it's me or her. Your Honor, no, Paige wasn't there on the day of agreement. My license will not be taken. No,
you ain't throwing me under this bus.
Well, I mean, the time that he was dealing with this, you have to also look at it as he was coming off of having a stroke.
True.
And this just like
he got excuses for days for sure.
Oh yeah.
He did. But again, the only thing I have to say is that he represents ineffective counsel. And when people say, even if you want to say he came up there and defended him and they have a good relationship or whatever, it's never a good relationship when the person that you hire or retain to represent you does a poor job at doing it.
I think he did a great job getting the Alfred plea. That was the only thing. And then after that, he was kind of just like, "All right, good luck, buddy."
But Alfred plea was many years ago, right? But that's with the drive-by shooting, right? And if you
his own attorney didn't even confirm to him, even though he was in the courtroom, Miss Love made this man say, "I was guilty of this crime" on the stand, even though he agreed I was not guilty with that plea. And his lawyer was just sitting there chilling, just la da 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 da. I'm like, no, where's lawyer at? I'm sitting there and I'm hearing her read out sentence by sentence, as she does with everything. This is what hurt her again. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a NOLO. That's not a I'm guilty plea. Like, wait,
what is that?
Is that an Alfred?
What is that?
No, it can't be. No,
well,
his lawyer would have said something by now. I was like, no way.
I would have thought an objection would have came out. I was just sitting there like,
that's what I was thinking.
I was like, wow.
it took for the defense to finally connect dots, and it was just like, wait, Your Honor, approach the bench. Wait,
What's going
it's
on
just like
here?
his lawyer just he came up last to the bench, and it was like it didn't phase him. He's like, oh yeah, it was that.
Hey, real quick, I want to say thank you to Ms. Moyer. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Very kind, $4 super sticker. And then Blurry Lights says, really appreciate you and your guess. Excellent. Highly detailed logical analysis and theories. They must be talking about y'all because I don't know what I'm doing. Intellectually stimulating and a lot of fun too. Thanks. Wow. Thank you so much.
It's a conversation. Like I told you last night, we're actually having a conversation surrounding what has happened. We're not just sitting around saying, oh, this is a shame that they're doing this. Like,
Yes.
let's move for a retrial, like a mistrial.
Like we got something to say, right? Like,
yeah. It's actually looking at it and explaining why this is so weird. Like,
right, it's a lot of irregularities, and a lot of people don't break them down. Like you said, they kind of go for the shock factor. Like, hey, wait, guys,
let me also
need to
just
be in
add,
front of the courthouse today.
Let me also just add, having legal experts like Rome King and Monica helps because a lot of people are like, is this normal? I think one of the things I really like when Rome King said, this is not, I think the first time we ever talked, he's like, this is not normal. This is not normal behavior. This is not what you're supposed to be seeing. And I think that helped because I was like, I was wondering, like, is this what's supposed to be happening? Like, this is normal?
This is something you see on a movie.
This is some movie. This is some Lifetime type of stuff. Okay?
Exactly. This is something you see on a melodramatic movie where everything just goes wrong in court. This is a railroad movie, basically.
Yeah, this is Kangaroo Court. So that's why I'm glad that y'all are here. And I agree, just having the conversation and just kind of parsing through different things that we've picked up. And, of course, we can talk about, the green snake. We could talk about how they decide to bring in these lyrics and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we just want to just make a little bit more sense of it so that we all can hopefully have a good week this week, even though Monica's already declared it's going to be boring. But hopefully it'll be a good week this week. We'll see.
It's going to be boring to y'all. Yeah, it's going to be boring to y'all. For sure.
Me, I'll be listening to the evidentiary hearings like, oh, wait a minute, why are we letting that in? Oh, fight. Like I'll be looking.
I'm the same way. I'm like right there in the context. Like I like to read things out. I like when they break down things analytically. So stuff like that, like you said, for the normal person, it may be tedious or annoying. But for me, it's like, oh, their office is missing this, or okay, good catch on that defense. Like those type of nuances aren't really seen to like somebody who just watches it for those moments per se.
And sometimes like when they had the hearings and they were listening to the recordings, right? And I knew that Shard had listened to them. Like he was like there was when they was breaking down Woody the first time, I knew he had listened to him instrument. Like I just knew it. I was like, oh, he could tell you back and forth what was said. This is terrible for them because he listened. Yeah, he listened to each part of it, so he understood what he was saying. And then when we got a chance to hear them and the tapes are so bad, I was like, man, I can appreciate these people because there's no way I would have been listening to this.
Look, that long, you seen it's some 9-hour interrogation videos and stuff. I'm like, what on earth? Of course he's telling things. Of course he's gonna say something.
I'm gonna tell you things. I'm gonna just make up things. I'm gonna tell you something.
If the room was anything comparable to that camera, that 1987 camera they're using, of course he was uncomfortable in there. It was probably like Stone Age in there.
It's nasty work. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but they always do those long interrogations like that because
it's a method. That's why it's always like you need an attorney. I'm sorry. Don't just keep walking in there thinking like, okay, they're gonna give me a happy meal, everything's gonna be good. No, it don't. They're gonna break you in some type of way.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%.
Darth Gaither.
Darth Gaither in the building.
Yeah.
Hold on, why
I heard that the other day. I said, no, he did not just call his woman.
Look.
And see, okay, watch this. Part of being able to, think on your feet is you have to recognize how are you going to, I'm gonna say something funny, and how am I going to play it off afterwards? Am I going to stop and laugh about it? Or am I just going to say it nonchalantly, like I say, Darth Gaither, and just keep on talking and nothing ever happens? And I just watch people lose their minds simultaneously as I keep saying Darth Gaither. And then when they did this and the other, and everybody's picking up on it, but I don't respond to it. So that's how I chose to address that comedically. Adrian Love needs to learn how to do that. That's just it.
Impossible.
You're correct. Simone Hilton needs to learn how to do that because her child is going to be a juror by the time.
Oh my God! Stop saying that.
We're gonna go back to this thing again. And I was like, I got like when I went to bed last night, I was like, you shouldn't have said that about her. I didn't mean that like that. I really didn't. I don't know.
Look, you had the same idea as me though. My mom taught me that though. She was like, if you got to guess, 9 out of 10, she's not pregnant. If you got to ask, is not a baby.
Okay.
But even
that's fine. That's fine. I will be wrong. I will say, you know what? I apologize. I was wrong.
I get the correct term. She's getting
nope.
thick.
That's fine.
Thick.
That's fine. I'm wrong. No problem. I'm wrong.
That's it.
No,
well, I don't know, but you know what? Listen, you've been in the courturhouse.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've heard it from other sources. So I'm not. I've heard it from another reliable source. But that's okay.
You've been there, so you probably seen something we ain't
right.
seen.
He has been there. I got a question. What kind of perfume does Miss Westmoreland wear?
Boy, if you don't stop.
The people want to know.
No, you want to know.
Objection.
It's called a candle whip.
403.
403. Objection.
On Rome, it's trying to be a 304. Stop it.
Facts not in evidence. Objection.
Why are you like this, man? Why are you like this?
Remember when Harvey used to stand up and he would be like, object, like he wanted to make sure that they severed his client from this. Like, just know that you're not talking about my client. Right. No, he hasn't been doing that lately.
Harvey probably
I think they all are beat down. And this might be bad. I think they're all beat down because every motion, good, bad, or indifferent, gets treated like, a panhandler or a solicitor at your door. And I think they just like, you know what, we're gonna just save our energy. We're gonna be more strategic. And I'm not saying they're planning and strategizing, but I just feel like they know that Judge Whitaker is not going to is going to rule favorably in their favor.
Harvey just don't want you talking about his client.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna remind you that we are at the phase where the defense is saying this is reasonable doubt. Like all they have to do is just supplant reasonable doubt.
That's why I said the fireworks are going to happen when they present their side of the case.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be oh my gosh.
I wonder. I think we should do like, what would the defense case look like? You know, like when you think about it, like what would their case look like? You know that they have to really attack.
I know somebody did not just say that about Kokomo. Look,
what is it about Kokomo?
Look, we gonna hook you up if you're interested now. We can hook you up if you're interested. Look, we make things happen.
What year is he? He's a second-year law student.
I believe so. He'd be fresh. I appreciate. He's real dapper when he come in there, real professional. I like that a lot.
But you know what? He's part of a program. See, this is where you put your money where your mouth is, right? So Shard is working with young men, to make a positive change in their life, right? Mm-hmm. So Kokomo, he comes from that project that Shard's involved with, right? That's what I'm saying about the DA office getting funding for anti-gang, and they don't use it in that way. They use it in furtherance of creating gangs. That's like if I had to make an argument, right? Because I heard people saying, Colin, what's that guy's name from the Martin case? Ben Crump. They was screaming, Colin Ben Crump, right?
No.
When they was looking for an attorney for
Not this guy.
Thing, right? And I was saying to myself,
no, that ain't it. That ain't it.
That ain't the one. This is not the lawyer you're looking for.
Well, it's not that kind of civil rights movement. Right.
He's not gonna pop up for that. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, but this is he's not the right candidate. So let me not put it out there like I'm advocating for him in that position. But they do need a civil rights person in here, right? At this point. They all need one.
I mean, they could get a paycheck from this for sure. The only thing that I would be concerned about is retaliation, and it looks like that type of office does retaliate.
Look,
that kind of office at the rate that they're going, right? From what I'm seeing, the Trump case and the level of exposure that they got, they're looking at a situation where they could find themselves defunct, or defunded. Right. And somebody else, because all the attorney general has to do is come in and just close them down and put in special prosecutors or come in there.
Fanny got our AOG shook. I don't know what's going on, but they won't step foot in Fulton for some reason. Like, people have been petitioning for it too. I know a few colleagues that have been like updating me on it. They was like, yeah, they've taken an interest, but they haven't done anything, or they haven't made any type of assertions for it. I'm like, so what are they gonna do? 9 out of 10 is just gonna let the county deal with it. And who is the county? Fannie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, remember when Georgia took the Ahmaud Arbery case and took it from out of one state, one county, and put it into the other to
South
get
Georgia. Yeah.
Right. That was under the auspices of the Attorney General.
Yep.
And the GBI, right? Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Where are they in this?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know, what does it take to get their attention?
1,000 bullets. Like, they got 1,000 plus shell casings in this whole thing, right? And you've only matched 3 guns. And then
1,000 bullets.
And then other 3 guns that you matched, 2 of them got thrown out because you caught them at Jeffrey's house and your warrant was was no good, right? So you walking around here like you're about to hit your second murder, which was supposed to be 2 of 50, but we only got 2.
So it's good enough. Okay. Close enough.
The press conference said there was like 50 murders.
Hey, we're rounding up, Mo. Okay,
we're rounding up to the nearest
50.
So we went from 3 to 50. See how we did that?
Who's the third person?
No, I'm just saying we're just rounding up. I'm sorry, we're going from one number to I was just trying to say a lower number to a higher number. That's all I was trying to say.
Math right there. We're going from 2 to 50. We estimate out here.
Right. Yeah. So, we're rounding up. You better be glad we won't round up to the nearest 100.
Look, you better tell them, Jason.
Look, we got that. Look,
our math be
mathing here.
Our math be mathing out here. 189 years.
Right. 1,000 bullet casings. Come on, we about this.
No fingerprint.
No fingerprint.
There's been more than 10. There's been more than 10 little shootouts or whatever, and they were averaging about 100 casings.
Yeah,
they got money. Bullets expensive.
Right. I mean,
bullets are pricey.
They brought back all the people. That's what I'm saying. There was no DNA, no fingerprints, nothing off of these casings that they had. And then they have more than one type of casing at each scene, yep. Right? They either got 727s. So I started learning about bullets.
They playing Call of Duty out there in Club Crucial.
Call of Duty. They playing Call of Duty.
Bring your gun. Like it's like bring your own bottle, bring your own gun.
Bring your own
In the
gun. We're playing
parking
Call
lot.
of Duty tonight.
Oh, I'll stand
That's so wild.
corrected. It could have been the governor who made the all I know is that it was moved for the benefit of the community, right?
Facts.
And to give the appearance of a fair trial. When we talking about Ahmaud Arbery and just
I want to talk
watching
to Paul
that.
Howard.
Yep.
Well, how was he? Well, I don't know because people said they chased him out of town.
I mean, he had his own he had his issues, but he would not have. One of the things I've heard about Paul Howard is that he would only go after cases that he knew he could win.
Yep.
Good, bad, or indifferent. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, this is how he stayed an incumbent DA. He had a very high win ratio because he would only take specific cases he knew were slam dunk. And it did create a lot of backlash with people throughout the community because certain people would see certain people get deals or let go entirely, and it eventually caught up with him to a certain extent where he had other issues come to light, which is the only reason, in my opinion, is why he didn't continue being the DA. Like he was strong arming that office, but the
Right.
thing that you could count on was he was predictable. He was predictable. Like if you know, like someone did something, you knew, like okay, they did it. He's prosecuting them. Look, somebody
Till the
must have
cows come
told
home.
him they did it.
Yeah.
Here, it's different. It's different. Fanny is a completely, even though she was beneath him, like she actually worked under him.
Mm-hmm.
She's like a different type of corruption. So you have the one guy that'll let case trade, and now you're trading it with someone who will create cases. So which evil do you pick?
Yeah.
The case creator or the case dropper?
This dude right here, like he's a case creator.
When did Trump's RICO when did he get served with a RICO?
Let's find out. Let's see.
I just want to see which one came first. This one,
Chicken or the egg?
just fact checked it. Just fact checking.
No, but I think the bad thing is I think they realize that case is probably DOA. It's probably dead in the water.
Absolutely.
Right now.
They
the
embarrassed
Trump cases,
Fanny in court. Like that was it.
Yeah.
When she
That was
came running down the stairs to sit in
that
that
thing.
seat, I was like, oh. And I was just getting over listening to the boyfriend's
Yeah.
thing, especially when he turned his nose up and he was like, let me think about that. I was like,
12 seconds of thinking about it. Yeah.
well,
So,
when they asked him, did you ever stay at a cabin with her in Tennessee?
that was the 12 seconds. That was the 12 seconds.
I'm like, dude,
Boy,
you don't know
they was in love. They was in love.
I just hate that because you think about it. His daughter, forgive me, and his son have to watch their dad misbehave out there in public streets, and knowing whatever his mom's health situation is, your dad doesn't care, and your dad is behaving like this out here in these streets.
Bless
As
my
mad
father's
reckless
soul.
as it is.
My father would call this. He used this phrase a lot, and I'll never forget.
Oh gosh,
this would be called sneaking and geeking, and it's pretty much. Pretty much, they both knew they had no business doing this on any scale, professional, relational. They had no business. And
so
yet
y'all don't believe him when he says that his wife cheated on him?
I'm a man. I don't believe him.
Hold on. Now, Monica, I'm gonna give you fair warning. Monica, I'm giving you fair warning. There's a 20-minute rant boiling up inside of me. You will be like, I did not expect that. So please, I'm gonna give you fair warning right now.
I'm a man, and when you like, I can just tell.
No,
there's no way.
No, it doesn't. Okay,
it doesn't.
Stop.
You're gonna say it doesn't matter, right?
No, I'm gonna step back because I'm telling you.
It's not that it doesn't matter. It just shows his weakness, right? So like he looks
a nasty weakness.
But he's not the man in any relationship.
I'm gonna put
Like
you on
with
big screen in
her,
a second. I'm gonna put myself on big screen and I'm gonna rant. I'm telling y'all, you do
About-
not want you don't want this. I'm literally already got it picked. I already got my soul. I already about to put myself on big screen and I'm gonna go off for 20 minutes. I'm telling you. And Lady Dearwold Christian just pulled in the garage and she's gonna hear me get loud in a second. So I'm gonna talk myself down.
Loud.
Because I think big screen. Nathan is a low down, dirty dog. My name is Jason, dearwokec@gmail.com. It doesn't matter. You made you stood before a pastor, your mom, your dad,
Amen.
her mom, her dad, the flower girls, all of them, and you promised
Girls.
to be faithful to that woman.
Tell them, Jason.
In sickness and in health. So you know what? If she's sick and you violate that,
you dip away.
You're a low down dirty dog.
Exactly.
Watch this. If she does something, then go on and divorce the girl.
Easy. You don't
That's
cheat.
easy. It's easy. I'm gonna pretend that I'm actually pro-divorce, but I'm gonna at least give you that. If she violated her marital vows, then you go ahead and leave the girl and do the right thing.
Leave. You just
and do the right thing.
Right.
So you didn't do the right thing. So therefore, Nathan, Tyrone, Jenkins, Wade, you are a low down dirty dog. Dearwokec@gmail.com. You're welcome to call, email, text. I'll meet you at the Publix like I saw you before. It's okay. But you'll still be a low down, dirty dog. You stood before God that you would honor and respect the role of a husband.
You got kids.
Brother, brother, it don't matter. And let me say another thing. Fonnie ain't all that. Okay. So let me just
She ain't even some of that. Like,
I mean, come on, she ain't even some of that. Okay. Let's just keep this 100%. All ladies, please step out of the room.
I'm sorry, ladies, but I'm sorry.
All ladies, you can step out of the room. Come on now, guy. Come on, my guy.
She's not built
like my guy. That. For real? Is that what really? You had to go get a renter. You had to go get a renter chick, and you actually had a whole wife at home. Dude, you a fool, a whole fool. And you've demonstrated to your son that you're a fool. You've demonstrated to your daughter that you're a fool, and the whole Metro Atlanta area now knows that you are a whole bona fide, stir-fried, fricasseed, barbecued, smoked on the side, seared, kebabbed fool.
Look, you ain't lying.
My medicine went off. Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because that. And let me also just add this. I don't mean to cut you off, Rome. I'm gonna give you a second. I'll put you on big screen too. The idea and the notion, and please, people, where did we hear this idea that Joycelyn Wade cheated on Nathan? We heard it from Fonnie. Is it possible?
The mistress.
Is it maybe possible she might have an ulterior motive to put that out there in the zeitgeist? I'm just wondering. I'm only just theorizing. Well, I'm only just theorizing.
Allegedly.
Because the Scorpion Queen, Joycelyn's lawyer, said that wasn't true. So either A, we listen to the mistress who has a bona fide reason to lie, or we listen to her lawyer. Get out of here. Shut the door. Get out of here. I'm going ranting. I'm high speed rant. Get out of here. You're messing up my big screen. Get out of here. You're writing yourself out of the door, out of the room. Why is my child in here? Y'all, shut the door before something goes south. Get out of here.
She heard the rant.
No. Get out of here.
So wait a minute. Did he say it or did she say it?
She said it.
She said it.
She said
I swore I heard him say it.
But you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna even let me bring y'all back in. Stop acting crazy. All right. You know what? I'll be fair. You know what? Just for laughs and giggles. Nathan said it. Does he have an ulterior motive to lie to you?
Yes.
Well, I mean, this is why I felt like he wasn't honest under oath, right? Because I was just, and that's the only exposure I had to their story was when they had the hearing. I went to go listen to the hearing, so I didn't hear anything. I started with the dad, and I was just like this.
No, I was already, I'd already heard.
I'm gonna tell the sisters this. The sisters in the chat.
Oh, ladies, y'all can come back in now.
So when a man cheats, it's very specific. Very specific. When a woman cheats, the reaction of a man is very specific. You don't do what Nathan did. when a man gets cheated on like that, like you said, he just leaves because it's that type of pain. You don't tolerate with it.
So
You just
let me.
broke him. So if she actually cheated, his reaction wouldn't have been to find another home per se to be respectful. It would have just been like, okay, I don't need this. Let me get
And let,
myself
let me
together.
and let me just play the game again. Let me just play the game since we're over there in One Charlie. They want us to believe lies. They want us to believe whole bona fide made up
Oh
narratives. So
nah.
let me just make up another one. So let me make sure I have this right. Joycelyn Wade goes out there, big screen. Joycelyn Wade goes out there and she steps out on her marriage 5 years ago. And so I'm supposed to believe, Nathan, that you stayed in the house with the woman that did that for 60 months. Okay. All right. I guess that's what I'm supposed to believe
Like
because that's what
Rico said, like
Was he
Rico
in the
said in the chat,
basement or the
she wa-
garage?
like Rico said in the chat, respectfully, she wasn't. It was no competition to his wife.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Like when I saw that, and then I actually saw his wife, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, but
You just tarnished your name, your reputation, your integrity, your career.
So what do you think about, because I grew up with a dad, right? so I had a dad.
Shout out
So
to the
I
present
don't
dad.
have the
shout out
yeah,
to
I
all
don't have the
dads.
stories that like, oh, I didn't have a father in my household. I had a dad, right? So so the father gets up there, right? And he's just condoning all of this is just, I got a wonderful daughter. Anything she does goes. Like, and he's an attorney. Like, I was just looking at him and I was just saying, how do you support this? I know that your daughter may have, I don't know if it's the threats, right? When you're in the public position and you get the threats, maybe it makes them see things differently, right? And that's how I was looking at him. Like, his stance was to protect his daughter based on the threats, right? The cyber threats are serious, right?
Okay.
Right.
But and we do protect people. We might not say the same things in public that we would say to them in private, but I think there would be some point that you would just have self-respect.
It was look, I get to some people $600,000 sounds like a lot of money. He probably was like, okay, this is the way I'm gonna do it. It's not worth your integrity as a man, especially if you come that long. Like to become an attorney at that point and that long, he was a judge before. Like,
hmm
come on, really? You got your own firm? This is how I knew he was lying because his own partner showed that he was lying when he got on the stand.
Yeah, the partner whole situation was crazy. Like it's like he basically just said, like, man, you went from being something to being nothing.
Being his part, like you could tell his friend was disappointed. He was like, in his mindset had the same mindset me and Jason have. How would you? Why would you gamble that with that?
and like let's go back and look. Like look at the fallout of Terrence Bradley. How many people were rushing when Quandary Zachary needed a lawyer? How many people in the chat were like, "Oh, go get Terrence Bradley"? Everybody was because Terrence Bradley's name is trash. But you know what they also didn't say? Go get Nathan Wade.
Look,
Go
I'm gonna
get
be I'm
Nathan
gonna be
Wade's other
honest with
business
you.
partner. So
Allegedly, I'm gonna say this allegedly. Okay, how I'm trying to see how to put it because my name is on here and I know it. Um, Wade is not the best attorney before anything, so him being a special prosecutor was already questionable. In
absolutely.
our community out here, we know this.
He was put there. Well, now we are seeing it in love, right? The people that she puts on the head of something. Um, I always felt that she put him in that position because she wanted to secretly be involved in what was going on with the case in and of itself.
Pillow
So
talk.
you have to be able to control whoever's at that position. So she
Right.
put him there for, it was a self-serving thing. So I felt like she was going to be behind the scenes
She
of
served
doing a
herself
lot.
well.
and getting a lot of information and sending him in. It's like making a puppet. But what man, right? We're just talking about man would allow himself to be manipulated like that.
Bingo.
Like that's just
Men Condition talked about it back in the 90s.
I could be in bankruptcy and I still wouldn't go for it because my pride won't let it. It just won't.
That's really
What
weird.
kind of man would I be?
That's really weird. So
For you to bend to the will of somebody like Fanny says a lot about your character, especially
Well,
if you're a man.
let me just again, my name is Jason. I'm here for all the smoke, Nate. If your wife stepped out on you and she kept you hogtied emotionally in that house for 60 months, and then you go to a rent-a-wife or rent a skeezer, and she keeps you hogtied financially, dude, you are completely and totally emasculated.
Bingo.
Like
You're being
you
paid for, my boy.
you are paid for, dude.
Yo,
DearWokesy@gmail.com.
I'm sorry. That's just. I was raised different, I guess, but there is no woman that can put a check on me and say, "All right, you're my man. I'm Mrs. King now. I just gave you this amount of money, like I'm livestock or something. Like I'm a woman, a
Right.
woman of the night." So it's like, and then you got to look at Fanny character. You gave this woman that opportunity, and you're seeing what she's doing. You think you're the first man that she's like? What do you think her type is?
But that's nut.
So if anybody
Nut.
wants to have a
Like if you gonna ask like nut next. Like
wow.
it's just like, she's showing her what so the new room, so these other rumors that are out here, and they're just rumors, right? They are believable based on this situation.
On her behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Like it's like, first of all, you one of the worst things you could do as a woman, right, is to integrate your professional life with your personal life.
You don't.
Right? Especially when you are a woman and you are in a position of power. Right? The worst thing you can do is acquiesce and give yourself, devalue yourself to that level that you played yourself like that, right? And then the fact that she ran into the courtroom to be seen, she was like, well, it was obvious I was next. I'm like, girl, bye.
It was before the courtroom for me. What threw me with her was when she went into that church on Martin Luther King birthday.
Yep.
Sat up there in front of that 2,000 plus people talking about, they're just attacking me because I'm a black woman. I would never do this. That's a married man, 1, 2, and 3. And got in court. Yeah, we was doing this and that.
Was getting it in.
Then you got a friend in there. When your friends can't even stand the person you become, and they've known you like a majority of your life. Her friend said, "Nope, I quit. I gotta get out of here. She's on something else right now. She's using my condo for a sneaky link. Like, what are we doing?"
Yeah, that friend was she had taken in too much. She's
a real friend though, because she made it clear, like, I'm not gonna associate with this because this is not something that I've known you to do or you should be doing. I'm not participating.
But then it just becomes it's one thing after the other. It's like my father taught me to have a shoebox under my bed with increments of this amount of money. I was like, now my daddy taught me.
In Inglewood? Stop. In Inglewood, California? Stop
playing.
That's where she's from. She had money under the mattress in Inglewood, California growing up. Really?
She really wants you to believe that. She really wants you to believe that. So I heard a lawyer explain it, why lawyers might have large amounts of money around. But like, for example, if I come to you
on it. Don't worry, I got you.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not selling it. I'm just, because he didn't he skipped over. He explained why if I'm a lawyer and Mo comes to me and says, "Hey, my brother Rome King is in jail. Here's $5,000." Well, she came to me today. It's Sunday. I can't go put it in the bank. I
Mo,
might keep
how
it at the crib.
organized are you?
But I can still do the work.
Watch this. Mo, how organized are you when it comes to, money transactions?
What do you mean?
Like if somebody just comes up to you, somebody gives you a quick loan in cash, what do you do first?
Oh, I don't know now. If someone comes to me with money, just
A
loose,
$5,000 loan.
I'm not
It's a
taking
retainer for work that you're gonna do.
No, I'm not.
We
I'm
write
not.
out ledgers. We write receipts.
Oh, okay. No,
We break it
Yeah,
down
I'm
to
not.
a point
Yeah.
where we know we have a trail to protect ourselves
Yeah,
because we
I'm
know
not.
what can happen. We're attorneys.
I
We know
got
what
you.
can happen.
I'm not
Hear me.
taking.
I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying because please understand there were two different types of monies that were floating around.
It
And
was
and by
one.
the way, Funny Willis lied when she said that she gave Nathan $2,500 before they got on the boat. And then when they were in the Bahamas, she gave him another 2,500.
She was
So
making it
you want me
rain
to
on
believe
this
that
man. This is
you had
crazy.
$5,000 going onto the boat and he got $5,000 coming off? Get out of here, stop lying. But you just lying to make friends. But notice something else she said though. Let's just pretend for easy math, Rome King and Mo, that the me giving you money for a retainer, let's say that is legitimate, okay? You do realize that she mentioned that she took money out of her campaign funding and kept it. That's a big, gigantic no-no. So however y'all do with the lawyer money, that's what it is. But she also talked about campaign money. I'm surprised the whole Georgia Dome didn't explode.
She's trying
with
to
that.
manipulate the campaign money into like a actual purchase of like, okay, this was somebody that was helping me with the campaign. This is why it's so infuriating.
I
Even
agree.
though she's clearly misappropriating the funds, she's trying to make the assumption of no, he was like an advisor. He was doing this, he was doing that.
Wait,
And I'm like, on a boat?
on a boat?
He was advising something. That wasn't it. Like, come
He
on,
was
let's be.
advising something on the
First of
Lido.
all, why were they on the boat?
You
Like
know
this,
why they was on that boat.
I'm just
On the
saying,
boat,
They
this
couldn't
is
creep in
not
Atlanta in
no.
the
Captain
open.
Steuben.
They couldn't creep in the open. They
Yeah.
had to go to Barbados. Like they couldn't.
Yeah, go to Aruba and creep.
That's what shameful people do. They couldn't put their relationship in the open. They said, okay, let's take some trips. Let's go to the condo at 2 a.m. I'm not driving nowhere at 2 a.m. Mo.
Like,
I don't care what it at 2 a.m. I don't care how good she looks. I'm not driving nowhere. No.
I just think it was it's poor judgment on her part,
absolutely poor judgment.
especially
Felicia, that is correct. I'm sorry I cut you off. That is correct.
what
I can't
it's
say
just
it out loud.
it's just poor it's poor judgment for the position that she's in, and to have this kind of scrutiny at this time, she didn't need it. Like, was it worth it? You understand?
She
And
had no
then
self-control.
obviously not, because her daughter gets arrested, right? Driving
Oh yeah,
around
I
the
saw
nose.
that.
And homie pops up out the car. Like, what?
Stepdad
Again,
of the
there we
year.
go
They can't
again.
look.
I'm just like,
Like, dude, come on, my guy.
it's like, okay, you are right. You were an adult. You're adulting now. He's, I guess, legally divorced. I
My
guess y'all
mom
could
would
do
have
whatever
left me
y'all
out
wanna
there. My
do.
dad would have left me out there. Like
Yeah, I
once the
don't think
police involved, it's like, okay, what were you doing? Okay.
No, they only went to pick up the car.
I don't believe that.
I
I
don't
saw
I
that
don't
video, and the way she was talking, she thought Mama was gonna take care of her, but she didn't run anything in Fayetteville.
No, it sounded like it just what it was. They just was like, hey, you can call your mom and she could come get your car. And then when they showed up, this was a bonus. Like, look at who her
right.
mama is.
Look who's
And,
over here.
and look who's hiding over there in the shadows,
Got
like
this
a big,
concerned gentleman here.
A family friend.
like
A family friend.
That's what he said. He introduced himself as a family friend.
what?
A friend.
And they didn't like make it make sense. If he would have came in a third car, you know what I'm saying?
They
Or
still married, Felicia? Jeez.
Yeah, I don't think they're divorced. I don't
they're
think they're
not
divorced.
divorced yet.
I don't think
Look,
so.
look,
I thought they got a divorce.
look at this.
Uh-uh. I'm looking up right now.
They still married.
Look at this.
Man, I would be, but they separated, right?
That's not, no. There is no third category. This is another thing.
No, but I'm
Again,
just saying
I,
this
I
is for
still
the legal.
I still got 15 minutes on my rant.
Oh no!
Don't get me
No, but I'm
started.
just saying on a legal
Okay,
they
y'all was
legally
warned.
separated?
You was warned.
I didn't
Are
say
they
nothing.
legally separated?
It doesn't matter in the eyes of God.
There is no third category.
That's what he said.
There isn't a third category.
That's what he said. I'll never understand that too personally, because if you're separated, you might as well get divorced. Like,
Right.
if you want to talk and see other people, separation is for time to, get your thoughts together, and see where you want to go with it. Don't sit there and plan a marriage, and you got somebody. She was sick, for crying out loud.
Yeah. There isn't a third category. So if you either married or you're not married.
Do her more respect than that. That's the mother of your kids. Like, have more respect for her than that. At least like make the divorce final. Like, just do that. At the least. At the least. I don't want to be popping up on the news and my kids seeing me looking crazy. Like, especially with Fanny. Come on.
I mean, I don't know if he was not expecting the cam footage to come out. That's just disgusting.
How he didn't expect that. That man is an educated gentleman. He knew exactly what was going on. If anything hit that fan, he was in the spotlight.
You know what he should have did? He should have stayed in the trunk.
He should have stayed in the trunk. Until the police leave, and she'd be like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll get the car taken care of. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it."
Oh,
and
boy.
then he climbs up the trunk, and then y'all wild, man. Y'all wild.
But she would have needed two people to get there because they were going there to pick up the car.
Correct. And she could have just said, he could have sat in the car and just stayed in the car. He didn't have to get out the car.
No, he didn't. He shouldn't have got out the car.
Right. That's
all
I'm saying.
Out the car.
Well, there's that too.
My boy, you are at the house. You cannot be in public. What are you doing?
Right. I'm going to Uber down here. Let me Uber down here and bring the car back.
Look, he had the audacity to drop the kids off at college but he can show up for her kid. Come on,
man.
Ain't no way.
Well, that's a relationship he's gonna have to try to
That's gonna be hard
down the line.
When I saw that, I tried to think of what would, like, if that happened to my mom with my dad. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I would be furious. I would be furious because he raised me to be a better man than that. So for me to see that and play out like that for a woman at that looks nothing like my mom, I would be livid. I would be livid.
Look at how he look. I don't know. What kind of job does he have now?
I don't know how he told me.
I don't know.
I don't know. I thought y'all like tall brothers. I don't know. You got to tell me.
No, he's not. He might be 5'8".
Never mind.
Yeah, he's not tall. Because I stood next to him. We're about the same height. And I'm 5'7".
Trying to think then. Maybe that was the best you could get. She had to get like the used husband. Like that was the best you could get.
The rent-a-husband.
Look, pawn shop.
Sneaky.
I also think it was dirty to
no, I'm not talking.
You have the position to take on.
I ain't gonna say nothing about the 5'8" shade. Now that I know Jason's 5'8", I can't say nothing about the 5'8".
Hey man, ain't nothing. Look, man, bro, I'm 50 years old. I don't care.
Look,
I do not care.
That is kind of short. I'm not, for a man. That is kind of short.
That's fine. Hey,
but she's like 5 foot or something, right?
Yeah, she's short too. So
I'm just going to reinforce my trisexual. They try anybody's sex. That's why they're in a situation. It's a phase, right? They got the H-sexuals, the heterosexuals, and then you got the trisexuals. And when you get in a stage of when you trying anybody's sex, this is what happens to you.
What happens?
Up in these kind of scandals and stuff.
So I've been dropping.
He knew better. He was a divorce attorney.
He didn't know better if he didn't do better.
Look, just because you know better don't mean you do better.
Facts and evidence.
He knew what like the recourse happens with this. He has a whole firm dedicated to divorces. He knew the recourse.
I mean, he
Well,
knew
that's
it.
why he was up there hiding money and stuff. And like, oh, I'm just gonna hide my salary from working the Trump case.
And
I
he
don't
still
got
wasn't trying to
paid.
help the wife. This man made $500,000 and still was over there trying to. That was crazy to me. That was insane.
It was right out of that book, Waiting to Exhale, huh?
He was waiting, all right.
I don't
All
think
right.
I don't think anything is worth losing your integrity behind.
Hey man, nothing.
That is it.
And
Yes.
that's it. And I'm disappointed in this woman because her and that other prosecutor, they got the one in Baltimore.
Marilyn
Mo-
Mosley.
What happened with her?
Mosby, yeah.
She got caught up in a PPP.
No, she got caught
situation.
in a 401k scam.
Was it for?
What?
Okay, I thought it was like
She
some
took,
with the
she took
PPP
her
loan.
money from. She took her money. Oh, was it PP? I thought she took
so.
her. I thought she withdrew her money from the 401k and said, because remember they had an early withdrawal without any penalty for 3 years if you had a hardship during COVID. So what she did was she withdrew her own funds out of her 401k, but stated that it was COVID related.
She was better off doing the PPP loan.
You don't know how many people, but during that phase of time, you don't know how many people I had.
I'm in Atlanta.
We know how many people.
About
we know how many.
No, leave that alone. Like they was like, I could get $100,000 up front. And I was like, what are you gonna do with it? Like,
I work in corporate law, so I get to see a lot of business names on records. So when I'm seeing business names like Most Def 99 and Terror Squad 44, and I'm just sitting here, I'm like, what is going on here? Y'all not selling books and book bags? Like what is this?
Not Terror Squad 49.
Like it was some names in there that will have you like, y'all know y'all about to get locked up for this. There's no way the feds are gonna look at
companies, this. Right? They all of a sudden everybody had a company with more than
one employee. One employee. A
but
company
they
needed
rounded
money.
that one up to 100.
Look, one company with one employee that needed $500K plus for that one employee.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
or they were gonna shut down. I can't imagine why. Oh my!
Can't imagine why.
It's just par for the course. I mean, that's why they did the LLC revamp to make all those people have
what
to
Shay
come
said, please,
and deal with what's your real LLC?
Right.
Go file your monies over there. But that's why I said on the YouTube, I didn't want to never do Cash App or anything with folks, only because you don't want to have you don't want to establish something with folks having unreasonable expectations.
Right.
Because these people think they own you to some degree. They could tell you how to move and
absolutely.
Hey, I just want I owe y'all 10 minutes of rant, so I gotta pull this in.
You got 10 minutes.
I still owe y'all 10 minutes of rant. Oh, wait, sorry, I did that wrong.
What's that?
Hold on. All right, so I've been dropping Proverbs 5 in the chat, and I just want to read this, and I just want to ask y'all, what does it sound like? Listen to what it says. This is Proverbs 5, chapter 5, verse 7. And now, O sons, listen to me, and do not depart from the words of my mouth. Keep your way away from her. And if you look up earlier, he was talking about the adulterous woman. Keep your ways away from her, and do not go near the door of her condo, and unless you give your honor to others and your years to the merciless, lest strangers take their fill of your strength, and your labors go to the house of a foreigner. And at the end of your life, you will groan when your flesh and body are consumed. And you say, how I hated discipline,
They
and
go
my
that B
heart
word.
despised reproof. I did not listen to the voice of my teachers, and or incline my ears to my instructors. I am at the brink of utter ruin in
Mm,
the
mm, mm,
assembled congregation. Is that
mm.
not Nathan Wade?
Amen.
All right, that was it. That's the end of my rant.
He was
I'll
ruined
I
for
owe
sure.
y'all. I owe y'all 8
You
minutes.
made me go pick up my teaching Bible.
Go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
that is a section on avoiding seduction.
Proverbs 3 and Proverbs 5. If you ever need to help somebody going struggling, give them Proverbs 3,
I just think about my
Proverbs
career.
5, and think about your career. And zero in on 5, 7 through 14.
I can't buy more Corvettes without that. I could just think about
I'm
my
trying to
career.
tell you.
Like, look, I don't want to look crazy out here. I gotta leave Miss Westmoreland alone. Let me just.
There you go. Leave her alone. She off the boy, you so stupid.
Again, it's integrity, right?
Absolutely.
And when you're looking at somebody now, I don't know where she got her ways from, because now we're looking at the end product of what she's done, right? So we look at the Ricos that she's created, right? And the mess, the web of it, like integrating so many different elements into one thing. It's as dysfunctional as being into it. It's confusion, and everything around things are confusing around the stuff that she put in place.
And I mean that, yeah, I agree 100%.
It's
All
just,
right.
it's confusing. You'll see a lot of horse trading this week, so just get ready for it. These are the streams that I really can't watch you on. I gotta then switch over
Oh,
because
because I'm gonna
all
say
I
something
hear.
bad.
No, this is
Oh,
all I hear in the background. I hear their horse trading. Like just
well,
out of nowhere, they're doing something, saying something, arguing, and then I hear
I don't even think
their
they're
horse trading.
trading at this point. It's like the defense doesn't trade anything. They just stop Love from just doing stuff. That's
right.
about
That's
it.
true. I just use the term, but yeah, I got you. Okay, send me a list of other terms besides horse trading. If you don't
It's
like horse trading,
it's
please.
it's not the term that's really it's not the term. It's just the appreciation for law, right? At this
Right.
point, this is what makes the cases, is these arguments. Like
Yep.
this is what we live for. Is just to see the argument. And
Lead these arguments, debate what's correct and what's not. Take affirmative and a negative. Like these type of situations are where action happens for
Mhm.
attorneys. So it's not like Law and Order, and you see them like at the end of the trial, at the verdict point, like I rest my case.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, because Law and Order done ruined a whole generation. Because I'm like, there's no way that this case would have ever been able to work out in Law and Order. No
look,
I
I
mean,
way.
used to watch it as a kid, and then as soon as I went to law school, I couldn't watch it no more. I was like, this ain't how it happened. Like,
Well, you could have watched it as a kid, but by the time you got to law school, that's when they would have been done with that case. So there's
right.
that. Go ahead.
I don't know. It's just listening to it. It's listening to the arguments and hearing just hearing them out. I was listening to something that it's old. It was you put it up there, right? So you got me listening to old stuff, right? What's the recent thing you just put out? It's
Oh,
with
the rap lyrics.
the rap lyrics, right? So they have those the first attorney that gets up, right, for the
Hmm.
prosecution. Excellent. Like I'm listening to him, I'm like, oh dag, oh wow, this is interesting, right? I'm just all in it. And then he says, and I'm gonna have Hilton argue the next.
Thank you.
I was like, minute she got up there, I was like, dun, 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 dun,
Okay. I
dun,
I
dun.
do think I think his name is Floyd, and don't quote me. I want to say the other guy's name is Carpenter, but there's a guy in a dark suit and a guy in like a taupe color suit. Both those guys. I do think that they made better arguments. In my opinion, Hilton should not have even been up there at all. Everything she said, was giving me. I was
I'm
like,
surprised she has a degree.
I would just come in there and I would just throw out hypothesis that would just make all of that look crazy.
The way that
That's
she
all I would do.
talks, the way
But
that she talks, you can tell like she's not certain. Like the confidence is not present. So even if
No,
she
I'm
tried
trying to
to,
figure out who's her family member in If Gang, or whatever, or did she date somebody in YSL and they threw her out? Like,
no, I think that would have come out.
the
That would have
curve.
came out real soon. That would have came out a while ago.
No, but
I'm gonna
I
leave that
mean,
alone.
cannot. I'm sorry. I do not mean to disparage. I'm so sorry. That's not nice. I'm just gonna go back and say that's not nice.
It's not nice.
But I'm trying to understand her deep connection with the lyrics to the song. That's
in my opinion, if you go back and listen, they're everything that we read in this indictment is tied to those lyrics. Like literally, we thought it was Woody. It's literally these lyrics, because they wouldn't, if they don't have the lyrics, they don't have that it's a gang. If they don't have the lyrics, they don't have the Woody. I'm sorry, that Jeffrey was the leader. Go back and listen to just the one today, or if you go back and listen to the prosecution videos that I dropped earlier, it's literally everything hinges on this. I didn't realize just how much hinged on. I was thinking again, it was Woody or Quandarius's testimony. No, it's those rap lyrics. If they're not able to say that Jeffrey is the leader, what do they have?
But they weren't only his lyrics. I mean, one of those songs is him and the other guy.
I got you.
They got a self-admitted co-founder. They can get him.
No, I got you. But go back and listen. Just go back and listen to the prosecution's argument in this. They're literally saying, they argued that if Rome King is a rapper and he raps about yellow cars and I post that on my social media, I am complicit with whatever he's saying in that song. So that allowed, that's why they're so reckless with social media. That's why they're doing that, because literally their foundation is the lyrics, is not all the other stuff, just is augmentation, is just ornamentation rather to their foundation, which is these lyrics are foundational for everything else.
Take it to trial. He took it to trial.
Mm-hmm. That's what they said. Yeah.
Like that's one of the songs they mad at, because he said take it to trial. Like, or
I got a body on a body, or I gave my lawyer, $50,000 or whatever. All this stuff, that it's all
the way that I perceive
the foundation.
The way that I perceive it is like, you know how they used to rap in NWA and stuff like that. A lot of things that they rapped about wasn't things that they necessarily did, but it was stories from the hood. It was things that they've seen or heard about. So when I listen to rappers now, I can't see this. Did y'all see how he looked in 2015?
Yeah, they weren't doing that stuff.
My boy was 120 pounds. Like I just can't see him knocking people out and just doing this and that. I can see the people around him doing it for sure.
And so that's why
stories in his neighborhood doing that. Sure, like he's in a rough neighborhood. I can see that.
I agree. And to me, I think that was a part that was disappointing about the whole rap lyrics thing. Is like you're negating the fact, or negating the idea that this is just creative expression. That this is just somebody giving the people what they're asking for. The people wanted Rome King and Mo to be on here to talk about this. So I shot y'all a message last night.
They wanted Mo.
Right. And I said, we got to do this because the people want to hear y'all on here. So, it's, again, like, I'm not being obtuse. I just recognize, like, oh, the people said, man, we enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. I like hearing what she had to say. And he had some good insight. Y'all need to come back. It was really that easy. People now said, I don't like that people talk about shooting and killing and robbing and mugging, but that's what the music that the people want. And now, granted, you can go against the curve and try to be a conscious rapper or whatever, but you do realize that you're going against what people are used to getting. That's it. I don't understand why that's a hard, and I'm very disappointed Glanville actually co-signed that, because he did away with a lot of opportunities that people have to just talk about whatever it is, tell stories and such like that. But
I wasn't surprised.
But I I wasn't surprised they got in either, because remember, at the point that they got admitted and the arguments were presented, it was the lyric itself taken out of context. It's
Right.
just it's what do they call it? It's like the absolute value of the lyric is
Yep.
what was put in.
You didn't get the
Now,
whole album. You didn't get the bar. You just got that one phrase in that sentence. It was like, oh
Yep.
yeah, this is crazy. Why would he say this?
Right. Again, like if
exactly.
He heard that one bar where it was like F the judge. He said, oh what? Okay, bet. Okay.
Imagine if he would have rapped about Jack. Like,
right, Jack over here catching strays. Jack catching strays. Now Glanville mad.
Glanville in the park outside
Right.
with
Jeffrey
Jack.
got 3 albums out of this. I guarantee you. If he like
Bruh.
when he get on, it's 3 albums for sure.
Easily.
Miss Love
Easily.
got one dedicated just to her.
It's
Oh
the
my
same
gosh.
way they take the RICO part of it, and the racketeering part is wiping your nose and throwing up gang signs. Like,
wearing
so
little
they
clothes. You can't even wear a sweatsuit. Like this is crazy.
Yeah.
and the tattoos on your body. That's what makes you a gang. Like, this is just.
I hate it for the fraternity. Like, all right,
Right.
y'all better watch out. Cover your arm up. Don't let them see your brand.
But no, I agree. But they talked about that. Like that's
the racketeering part of this RICO, right? When normally the racketeering part of a RICO is
finances.
The one person doing a crime and then taking the money from that crime and putting it into this organization and washing
Everybody
it,
broke though.
doing all that. But no.
Everybody broke in YSL but Thug. So that wasn't
right.
why.
I don't know. They're not doing a good job.
The RICOs, even in New York, right? When we've had our RICOs here with the gang RICOs, like the 13Ms and the different gangs, because I heard of one that I never heard of before when it came down in Southside. What they committed crimes and made no money. Like so you understand, they were robbing people's houses and actually they in one of the allegations were they robbed the jeweler. So they followed the jeweler to his home, thinking that the man took the money from the jewelry shop and I guess took it home with him. And they did a robbery and turned out with nothing, $0 because he didn't have what they thought he would have had on him. So it's not unheard of for it to be broke, for the
how do
RICO
you
not to have
further
money.
a broke gang?
Because how do you further broke gang? It is what they stand for. The notoriety part that they're talking about is making If Gang afraid of them, or whoever was afraid of them, right?
By being broke?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be broke like you.
If Gang came
If
from money.
Gang got money, that's why they got
oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
that's racketeering over there all day.
Then they should have been robbing them then. They should have been robbing them.
They was. That's part of the problem. These were the stick-up kids. They was up here robbing these people, and then these people was coming back and shooting at them, and it just was another ending cycle. You got to get to the bottom of what really started it.
Right.
Right now they start this RICO over here with Club Crucial and what's his name getting the crap beat out of him.
Getting jumped.
Woody sneezing right now somewhere. He feel angry for some reason.
But I still need a date on Woody because I need to know what date the guy's chain and phone and stuff got taken out of his car. Because is that before the crowd? You understand what I'm saying? So like we got a bunch of events, but we don't really have them in sequence.
I just now thought about it. I can see why Woody was that upset now.
What?
I can see why. I can't imagine getting beat up to like a soundtrack in the middle of the club. Like that is crazy. That is
That's
insane.
nasty work.
No,
That is insane.
he said that he said he reached out and spoke to the guy like he just knew a fight was gonna go down when he looked at the guy and was like, "We good?" The guy was
Look,
like,
why is they angry? The club, everybody drinking, everybody
Everybody drinking,
dancing,
having a good time.
and the music on. You know, you probably got some lean with it, rock with it playing or something. This is back in the day.
"That's
And
because
then
Western wasn't fighting." What?
look, how does
Because
that happen?
Smith wasn't up that night.
You didn't have the
Why are
protection.
you like this?
She wasn't knocking.
You bring her to the club, which you straight, you safe, you coming home tonight. Look,
Yeah.
ain't no jumping.
Ain't no jumping tonight. Bro,
Hey,
you're out
come
of
on.
control.
Like everybody got like I'm looking at Dolph, right? He got the big dolphin, right? If you end up with the big dolphin in your house, it's time to cut down. It's like it's just like when you be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
They didn't pause. They didn't think. They was just
Where
like,
did you get this from? This is some piece of jewelry. We don't want it. So when you got the
these
peanut,
folks stole a peanut chain,
A
Mo. They
peanut
stole
chain.
a peanut chain.
what's up, Joanna? When
Who
you
else chain is this gonna be? Like, y'all,
I just found it. I don't know who
they
it
need to
is.
find us. They need to find us the coordinations of whose cell phone was in the area when he discovered he had the peanut guy's
that
chain.
is crazy.
I need to know who was around him at that time, because yeah, and the fact that they know, right, and the prosecution let this come out, that now they know that there was a meeting of the minds over there to deal with this.
Right.
Okay.
What like when does it become justifiable?
No,
Like you put out a hit on me and I responded first.
You know, I'm gonna quote something from the Jungle Book.
Oh, let's go.
Oh my God.
Which part?
This is the law of the jungle.
The law of the jungle.
I should pull that clip. I should have that clip ready. I should have had that clip.
Wait, I listened to it again today. I was just like, I don't even know why I'm back here.
That's gonna be forever played in law school for first years. I guarantee you. What not to do in opening.
That's what I'm saying. Like I can see when this is all said and done, the autopsy over this case, there's going to be a lot of what not to do's.
Absolutely. It's a lot of stuff. This is why this case is actually good, because it has a lot of small moments that you see sporadically in different type of cases, but it's all in one. It's all in one case right here.
Like, for example,
you don't have to find anything. You just play this and you're set.
Like, for example, Brady. So if is there a class in law school about Brady? Because good gracious, like all you gotta do is just play several segments of this. Like,
absolutely, it's not necessarily a class. We kind of just get it. We kind of just get a lecture
Discovery
about
101
each year.
Well, this would be like Discovery 101 day 3.
The way that they do that is they want to make sure it's branded in our head, so we kind of get like a refresh every year. So when it comes to evidentiary stuff and whatnot, that's a reflex by the time we leave law school. Like it's not like something you kind of forget about. So that's why Miss Love saying, "Oh, I forgot." It's like any other attorney watching it is like, "No, you didn't. You've been an attorney since 2000. Like, no, you didn't."
You've been an attorney too long.
Even as a paralegal, right? We learn the terminology because it's Brady versus whatever state it was, Maryland or whatever.
Because y'all got to file it, right?
Yeah. So you learn what it means, or you look up the case, and then you define what happened. Actually, you have to do an IRAC on it. You have to rack it, and talk about what the issue was. No, it's issue, rationale, and analysis and then your conclusion or something like that. But you write it in a memo form about the different things. So everything that's important, like Miranda, but it depends on the laws that you cover. So I only took criminal, to get past the phase of criminal. So these were important cases because these are hearings that they have in a criminal case, right? Because there's certain ones you want to have probable cause hearings. So it's just certain elements that you learn about that in criminal.
You are correct, Grandma.
Yeah.
You
It's not
are
hard to
correct.
understand. It's a temptation to avoid. I agree.
Well, Brady simply is if you've got evidence that you
just gotta alert the other side. It's not hard. You just gotta inform people.
But Brady is not all of the discovery, right? It's anything that the defense might want to use on their behalf. They might deem it necessary for their case, right? It might be something that it's not going to provide an alibi, more or less, but it might provide an excuse for something that happened.
Mo, if I say we going on a date and I don't tell you, and I show up somewhere and I get mad at you, what sense does that make? It makes no sense. I have to alert somebody. I have to tell somebody. I gotta inform them. So when you got evidence that are just flying in left and right, like this folder, for instance, that she swore up and down in April, there is no folder. Shut up, Max. There is
cyber attack.
Max was not
put
letting it
cyber
go.
attack in the chat.
Max was
cyber
on.
Attack.
He was like every week. He was like, Judge, I'm looking for this evidence still too. There's no evidence, Your Honor.
Well, that there was evidence. And how do you know? Because they showed you the tapes, right? And here's Gaither sitting there writing.
Right.
She's taking notes. So we want those.
If it's consolation, they did say that some of that stuff in the folder had been digitalized, and they did have some of it. It's just they didn't have all of it, and they didn't know that there was an actual physical
you seen
copy.
That camera, right?
Sir?
You seen that camera quality?
Oh yeah.
You really think they just digitalized? Like that's the only thing they was doing in there? They had some hard copies up there.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying.
They have computers from 1995. They was hard copying some stuff up there. This man said they refurbished. This man said they refurbished notebooks. How do you refurbish a notebook? I think
don't let Joanna come in here and start asking all these questions.
She don't. Who's Joanna? We need to kick her out.
No,
second time out.
No, don't put her 0. Yeah,
0 second time out.
0 seconds.
He's already out.
Listen, she gonna get me for that. All right. It's much love. I know her from before I was born. But because the way she went off,
don't leave.
As if she was.
I think that's a fair.
Money being spent.
The thing about her going off on Miss Love is very I see judges yell all the time. I guess that's the best way I can put it.
And she did it outside of the jury.
Right. So I don't take stuff that serious when you don't have like you said, either a jury there or some type of motion or sanction that's going to kind of limit them to doing whatever they're doing. So you can yell at me all day behind closed doors. I'm gonna still walk out like I'm a champ.
Right.
And the issue that she was yelling at her about, right? This is Whitaker's fault because she's not up to date on the case. You understand? So she can't. Every time she's now depending on everybody's representation of what happened before.
Not everybody.
Well, now she might not be listening to what Love has to say.
No, she's still listening to Love. She wasn't listening to she was just listening to Love at that point because you had people making like counter assertions like, no, that's not right. And the judge would go straight to Love. Is that right? I'll be like,
because the burden is on the prosecution.
Look, the burden is one thing, but she never shows the burden of proof for it whenever the judge was just taking her word for it. So whenever she would, go back to confer with Love after weeks and weeks, eventually you got to think like, when does her honesty or candor card run out? Like this is getting
Right.
absurd.
She getting candor on faith. She getting candor on faith. Like but I do think that, to Joanna's point, I do think that she came out the bag. Now, the question is, which one of the times she yelled at her? Remember, she yelled at her and said, I'm just going to go to the restroom, or then it's time, I'm just going to take a recess. Those are 2 different days. But either one of those, I think she went back there and kind of, I don't know, she had a conversation with Fonnie. I don't know if she thought about it more, because I don't know if it's like a true, she's in cahoots with them. But I do think that she realizes that, again, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. And if she limits the prosecution any way, shape, or form, it's only going to look bad on her when they have to go to appeal and be like, well, she didn't allow me to bring in my 695th witness, or I wasn't able to bring Darth Gaither back again. And that's why I lost. That's what I think would happen.
Well, she's not gonna, even if she was, if she loses, right?
Facts.
They have no recourse.
Correct.
I've never, have you, I'm not familiar with prosecutor except for in Baldwin. where the prosecutor goes and files something, and I don't know any. I'm not familiar with any cases where they've lost and went back in and visit, because what they come out is with this stoke face, and they're like, we believe in the jury's decision because we believe in juries, and they be all like liquidated into saying that.
No, I agree.
The decision of the jurors and la, 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 la. The only way she's gonna have a problem is if they get a directed verdict and most of these charges get thrown out, because I think that's what the judge will do. I think she will simplify what goes back there to the jurors. She will synthesize this based on what she's heard so far, and then what she read from the transcript, because she's not going to admit she saw it, but what she read from the transcripts of what happened before she got here.
Yeah. I don't even think she did that.
I don't think she did. I think she might have sense, but I don't think she did.
The reason why I think she didn't do it is because a lot of these things, like, it's going to hurt me to say this again. Miss Westmoreland pointed out already, this stuff has been happening for a minute, like probably a year now. So it feels crazy to say something's happening for a year in court.
Court, right?
In a trial, I should say.
A trial. Right.
It's been happening for a year, Your Honor.
That's why it's going to be critical, whatever they put down for this last murder. However they present the case as they submit this last murder to us, that's what's going to be important. He's going to go down as what she's going to allow in. It's going to be based on that murder.
Right.
No, I agree.
Or I don't know. At this point, I just want to call it. What are we calling it when they stole at the? What is it? At the light?
It's the alternator.
The alternator. Yeah.
It's the alternator. The car won't crank back up. They're just there. I honestly think at this point they're just praying that something happens to somebody in jail, or it's just some type of miracle to happen.
I agree 100%.
That is my only assessment at this point, because I can't see them tying it together in time before the defense presents their case, because it's going to be the last word the jury hears at that point.
Yep.
And these are not exactly like, I can speak for Steele. Let me think who else. I want to say Doug. Doug is pretty good at containing a story that people can follow.
Oh yeah, he's got story on game.
Westmoreland, of course. You got a lot of lawyers in there that can present a story that can really win a juror over. And you don't need to win them all. So that's the crazy part about it. And all you have to prove is, like you said earlier, reasonable doubt. So there's a lot of doubt on each instance of things that they're trying to prove on each indictment count. So by the time the jury hears that last word, and then they have to think about if they do it fast too. If the defense gets in there, does it, gets
And
their work
blitz them.
done, and get out the
Blitz them.
way,
Yeah. We're
the
not going to be here
jury's about to be like, "Oh, say less. We're good."
because this is something to keep in mind. People usually remember the beginning of a story, the middle, and the end of a story. All this ancillary stuff about numbers of bullet casings and the license plate number
Cell
of the
phone
Buick.
data.
Nobody's remembering that cell phone data. Nobody's going
We
to remember that.
remember it, but they won't. They won't.
Yeah,
Vote.
and the only reason.
No, they will remember the cell phone data if the person comes out and definitively says this phone belonged to that person. You know, this is why the different people coming in to identify numbers to people, right? And then the person is going to come in eventually to tell us that that phone number right there was standing 3 blocks away or in the vicinity of this and this at the time such and such occurred.
Well, since we already know that you can't they're not going to be able to do that down to the. I know Monica was
not
standing.
to the precise location, but
So
to the area.
They're already going to throw a lot of. Well, just
The issue
let me
with
finish
that
to where
is
I'm going to go.
they can't even confirm what was said on the calls. Like they can't even confirm what was sent. So that's an issue.
So let me. My point is, if people remember the beginning, middle, and end of a story, then I'm sorry, I don't think cell phone data. So the what's the guy Bernie, the FBI guy? Sure, that's interesting, and the Sprint guy, sure, that's titillating, but I don't understand what you're saying. In the last,
the last guy that was there the other day, he's the guy that's going to tell you where the cell phone data. The FBI guy, he's the one.
Okay.
Oh, Sprinkle's cousin. Okay.
No,
but
Sprint is just showing you. Sprint is there to tell you here's the data that we got, and here's how to read our data.
I got you. Let me finish.
And then the FBI guy comes in.
No, so I agree with you, but just think about it like this: they've been in court for 140 days. And let's just say for laughs and giggles on day 150, the prosecution rests. If the defense gets up there quickly, as Rome King said, and articulates very quickly within 10 days, all they're going to remember is what they just heard. But if the defense drags it out for another 140 days, anything could happen. But if they just get up there in 10 days and lay out their case quickly, we rest and they're done. That's all they're going to remember.
I hate to say it, but people try to make memory more complicated than it is. But in a trial, it's very simple, very simple. So that last impressioning thought, that's why they say closing arguments are huge and whatnot. When you think of the last thing, it's going to be something that's fresh.
Yeah.
Since the defense has to present things that prove reasonable doubt at the end, those are going to be the things that stick in a juror's mind. Like, okay, this is why that doesn't make sense, or this could be why that happened.
Yeah.
They can't go back 170 days and okay, when they said this.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
Wait, 170 days?
Right. Let's not do that, bro. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for 170 days.
Look, I'm not saying like for the most part it's not possible. I'm saying it's not going to be enough jurors that can retain that type of like mindset. So it's going to be like at least a handful in there that's going to be like, yeah, I can't see this. Like, I just can't see it.
And that's all I'm thinking is that because the last person you're going to hear is going to be Shard, Steele, or Adams, or maybe Doug. Those are going to be the last voices that they hear. And they end with Doug articulating.
No, they're not going to be the last voices they hear.
Who is it?
It's going to be the prosecution because in closing arguments, the prosecution goes first, then the defense goes, and then the prosecution comes back and closes it all up because they have the burden.
Okay. Now, is there a time limit? Because I'm just saying.
Usually there is, but being that this is a joint case with 6 defendants, the time limit is probably going to be a little longer than what it usually is.
No, I'm saying like for them
it's normally like an hour and a half.
Miss Love about to take
And
the
they
whole
give both sides an hour and a half. And normally the prosecution does the first hour, and then they come back the last half, right? And they like summarize whatever was said by the defendants. You know, they try to take those last little points that they tried to make and scatter them out. But that's generally what happens. But I've never seen a RICO case. You know,
Miss Love was about to be abundantly long with hers is because they're going to try to level it out for the amount of attorneys that are present and the amount of defendants. So she's going to get a most likely a untraditional amount of time. I'm not going to say it's going to be like a day, but I'm pretty sure she can make it past the day while trying to do a closing. That's the crazy part about it. Will she do it? I have no. I'm praying not. My instincts are telling me she will, even though it's nonsensical. But I'm praying she has better sense than that. It just has to be something more stronger than the Jungle Book, and she'll be fine. But if she,
what could she bring in as a sequel to the Jungle Book? Because the Jungle Book they was running around.
Okay, well, first of all, since we are talking about the Jungle Book, shout out to Moyer. Thank you so much for the very kind $5 super. Thank you so much. So which one of you are going to publish the Jungle Book? Okay, I beat everybody to it because I actually did a video called The Law of the Jungle where I looked at Adrian Love's opening statement. So I just dropped it in the chat.
She about to end it with Ricky Tikki Tavi or something.
Oh my gosh. The secret of Nim. Okay, in my opinion, she should stop looking for inspiration on her niece's bookshelf, and she should stick to, again, a coherent story. Now, if she had laid out a coherent story and then ended with the Jungle Book quote.
Jason, to be fair, the Jungle Book is easy to remember.
That's
do you
fair.
think she's gonna do the closing argument?
I have no idea because I never expected to hear an opening argument like that.
I didn't expect to hear that. I think she should get away from razzle dazzle. Give substantive closing argument. This is what we've proven. We've proven that this is a gang. We've proven that Jeffrey was the leader. We've proven that they've done all these things to be support Jeffrey and to prop him up as a leader. Just lay out the facts very clear. And I'm sorry, I know she's going to have a lot of time. She shouldn't take it all.
I agree. I know they're going to give her an extra amount of time to make sure she can hit all those points for each defendant, but
that's fine. They give you 2 hours. Don't take 2 hours. Take an hour 15. Take shorter time than you took in the opening and just get it to the people. Because the last thing she's got to realize is that, as somebody said earlier, the reason we're here is because of the state. So the reason that the reason I got a pink slip on my door, the reason I'm walking here now because I don't have my car anymore, all these things are because of you. Don't let me hurry up and get me out of your face. Get out of my face because my financial state is in upheaval because of you, Adrian. Say again.
I lost my kids because of you, Adrian.
Right. Like get me, hurry up, just quickly respect the fact that these people probably don't like you. They probably are not pro Adrian. And sadly, that means they might not really be feeling your argument.
I guarantee you her persona would have worked if it wasn't that long. It probably would have been fine. But
I said it. If it was like 6 months, absolutely.
At the end of the day, her closing argument, right, can only include basically what we heard the charges are now, right? She's only going to be able to say, so-and-so, we proved that such and such had drugs and however many drugs, whatever it is. They're going to have a litany of stuff to go through for Huey.
It's like 100 counts.
He got 19 counts. Like, Huey, just go on fess up, bro.
Like Huey's situation with all of those robberies or whatever. And then it's whatever Thug said to him during those exchanges when he got caught. Because remember, all of these people were getting admonished by him when they was doing this stuff. He's like, yo, give the stuff back, like whatever that was. Then she's only going to have a limited amount of time to say, we brought in so-and-so, such and such and such and such, right? These are all for the covert acts, just to prove that it was in furtherance of the gang. I think she's having a difficult time even presenting that there was in furtherance of the gang, at least in the case of Thug, because you can't really say that he was doing something in furtherance of the gang other than the music at this point. That's how I see it. The other people, Shannon, right? Y'all made him a target, so the gang was after him, so he definitely was defending himself. But nothing we've heard so far is him shooting up somebody afterwards. It's all of him being shot at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, and it doesn't even make sense that he was in it. It's not logical. Well, I'm not gonna say it's not logical, but what we've been presented with thus far, I really don't see him sitting inside of the car. Right? The only person that they can probably persuade us right now, based on the evidence that they presented, that may have been sitting in the car is Yak. Because they show us Yak in the gas station on the day of. They show us Yak talking at the Bonneville, right? Which is one of the cars now that's going to go through the drive-through thing. That's the only thing that they've shown us so far. So when she says the evidence is going to show, right? Her evidence 140 days in only shows us a limited view of something. Right? We don't have for Nuts situation, her evidence hasn't shown us anything concrete because reasonable doubt comes in that it's even the car that they say it was, because their expert came in and said, hey, I'm not even sure if that's the car.
Right. Stay hard.
The
Infinity expert can confirm it.
The Infinity expert came in and on cross-examination, reasonable doubt entered in the room, right? So much
reasonable doubt into the chat, yeah.
Yeah. So now they're telling us that it was the Bonneville.
My man
that's how backwards this is. I mean, this is what the new evidence or the new conversations and this last week lead us to. The Bonneville did it. Which is what their witness said on the stand when he was in direct examination. He said the Bonneville started shooting at us. It stopped in front. You got Doug getting up there saying, so you are 100% sure? Are you as sure as like the nose on your face that the Bonneville stopped? He's like, yeah, for 20 seconds and was shooting at us. And what's his name was shooting back.
Bunnyville's so reliable.
I just had to park.
These guys are wild.
Look, they was playing GTA out there back in 2014.
Yeah, they were.
I don't remember none of this. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I was in the city.
Right. But also, I'm just wondering, are the jurors going to remember this? That's the thing I'm wondering.
I can't. Look, I don't know.
Because remember, so much of this is hinged upon interrogation videos. They're gonna
from
phone calls. Are they gonna call that
2015.
stuff in and list that in the jury room?
Yes, they're gonna remember it because the dude was sitting there talking about. Well, that was first of all, the dude came in, right? And they asked him what was his. I'm talking about Bonneville shootout dude, right?
Okay, go ahead.
It stands out because he's the one sitting there with a t-shirt on, right? And he's telling everybody, he's like, yo, what's your job? I sell drugs.
Oh no. Oh no.
Go back to his testimony. He's like, yeah, I'm a drug dealer. Like, I sell drugs. And I was standing out there. Then he told them, right? But check this out. He told them that he was in a black coat, right? So on direct examination, they're asking him, well, which guy are you out there? He's like, I don't see me, but I was there.
Look, sometimes look, he knows what he knows, you know.
So he's gonna stand
he knows
out
what he knows.
he came up there and he testified, and his testimony was inconsistent with what the prosecution was trying to say at the time, was that it
Mo,
was
whose
this
testimony
car.
has been consistent?
I'll wait.
Well, I'm just, you mean who? All right. So all of the
That wasn't
the
interviewed by Atkins. Who's well,
wait a minute.
Thought you was slick.
I'm trying to think who was interviewing that guy. It might have been Brown. Who
Brown,
did the
you
interview
can't count the Infinity dude. That dude was definitely
That dude was
inconsistent.
trash. That dude was
No,
trash.
the Infinity.
That man would
Infinity
say an
dude
F-150 was an Infinity. He would tell you a school bus was an Infinity.
Yeah, he
Like,
did.
Did you see him qualifying himself? He
Oh,
was like,
that
"Yo,
was
I take a
crazy.
test every year."
That was crazy.
that was crazy work.
I
No,
sat right
Juwan, you're
there.
not in timeout. You're not in timeout, Juwan.
I sat right there, and I'm like, I get my car serviced a lot. I'm like, this is the same dude I do appointments with. I remember this name. I remember this title. I was like, he doesn't do any work. Every
Yo,
time I
did
ask the
you
person for work, they tell me talk to the shop. I was like, this is this guy's a
This is
scammer.
did you hear when he was like, yeah, then I was let go and then I went and sold
Can't
banana
imagine why.
pizza. I don't know.
I wonder why.
Man was thirsty for clout up there. He was like, no, you gotta go somewhere else. Union City don't want you, man. You gotta go.
yeah.
So
They
it's
flew him out too.
but
It was
he
crazy.
stood out. He stood out. I think he stands out. So I believe a juror would remember him.
Casper, he was not a service manager. He was just a regular service advisor.
Yeah,
Who
I
the
don't
dude-
here. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna try to be gracious. That's fine.
Okay.
They're gonna remember everything from day one all the way to day 151. Please, Lord, let it end. But they're gonna remember this.
Yo.
I still don't believe that that's gonna work in the favor. If they remember everything crystal clear, it's all over the place. It's like your trapper keeper burst open and all of your notes go flying around the school, all around, and you got to collect them all and organize them and put them back in order. In my opinion, this story is still extremely disjointed, and there's no way for me. Again, if they have everything in order and they remember every little nuance, they're still not going to be able to put this together. Now, and you know what we're leaning on? We're leaning on Adrian Love wrapping this up and putting a nice bow on it in the closing argument, closing statement. I have no faith for that. None at all. My faith is just not there.
Look,
But this wasn't Adrian Love's case from the start. This was somebody else's case with somebody else's vision. So she's coming in and she's giving us the best that she got.
She's doing her
I'm gonna
Anita Baker.
tell you how unfair court politics are. Doesn't matter.
Mm-mm.
It's gonna ride on Miss Love's shoulders no matter what.
And I guarantee you, if
she's going down
if Love were to win,
glory.
if Love were to bring home the W, you know exactly who would be behind that podium.
It won't go to Miss Love.
It wouldn't be Love. You know who it would be? It'd be Fonnie.
Yep.
Oh, Fonnie would be there. But when she fails and she gets that L, Fonnie will not be in the building.
That's the circumstances Miss Love knows she's in. And like I commend her for that point, but at the end of the day, there would have to be a drawing point for me to say, is this worth my career or my candor with the court? Like, do I want people to see me like this on camera? Like, it's a lot of aspects I would have to be questioning for that to be me to take that position.
It's already crossed that bridge. I mean,
she did a backflip.
She did it herself, though. It wasn't just Monica set me up to fail. I got in there. I was lying on camera.
Mm-hmm.
I was out here being dishonest up front. It ain't nothing to do with Monica. It has nothing to do with Rome King. That's me. I chose to be dishonest to the judge. I just wish Judge Whitaker would come tune in. Judge Whitaker, jump into the best live chat on the planet and just check out what we're seeing. That's why I said I hope and pray everybody in Judge Whitaker's circle, at her Pilates class, at her little Tai Chi place where she gets her her poke bowl at the Kroger. I hope people just like, hey, is that you? You know that judge be, you know that lawyer be lying to you, right? I hope they bother her with that.
She gonna be in
Okay.
Gwinnett, eating her little vegan restaurant.
I hope somebody over there, somebody with Birkenstocks and some old cargo pants and some nappy hair, be like, hey, you know that lady be lying to you, right? Here, try this falafel. I'm just sorry. I'm trying to make Monica laugh, but she is not giving it to me.
Because I think that Judge Witt, right? I feel I'm gonna go all the way to when the state rests and see how she handles it the moment the state rests. Because again, you guys wasn't watching the Dolph case, right? Which was all circumstantial.
It was like
evidence.
10 minutes. It was like 10
It didn't
minutes. We
matter.
didn't have time. I was popping the popcorn and they were done.
It didn't matter. They made a cohesive story. That's what I was saying in the start. It don't matter if you got evidence, if you got a great story, and it's short and concise, and the jury can pick up on it,
and people can understand
it can make it works in reverse also, like you said with the OJ case. It can go either way depending on how fast or slow a trial goes. That's why I said when you have a young Dolph trial and it's what was it? How many days? 5 days or what was it? 7? It was like a short trial, and they were in and out of deliberation like it was nothing. They was like, okay, back to business.
Back to business.
Here,
So Doug answered that question today.
Yeah, I saw him on Phil's channel. I mean, I got the video on my channel. I feel like she was showing it. Now, maybe
But do you have the video from watching it in your normal speed?
In normal speed, and then I have it multiple times. I'm not one of those people that slowed it down. I have it normal speed multiple times.
From the live stream?
Yes, from the live stream.
So what did you think?
I thought she was like, hey.
Okay,
hey,
so then did it get entered? So did it get entered and admitted?
Those my little coasters out on my desk.
Objection.
Objection.
403.
I got a 403, man. Come on, man. Oh my gosh.
I motion for a mistrial, Your Honor.
Did you hear him saying how he had to hold his credibility? I was like,
so
I
understand what, and I think this does lend itself to why somebody asked the question earlier, why is the defense being quiet? Why is the defense not saying something? And I think, Doug kind of alluded that, what do you call it? He called it political capital or judicial capital or something like that. You don't want to keep wearing out your judicial capital. Like if you're not, this is the vision I got. This is the vision when I heard Doug say that. Y'all saw when Adrian Love was literally saying, I object after every single breath that Shar took. I object. Objection, Your Honor. Object. And it was annoying. And you can see Max Shar was about to choose violence in court. If you go back and look at him, he's looking like, I should jump over here and just jump on your head. He's looking like he's choosing violence.
I never jumped on nobody before, but this might be the time.
This might be the day. He was looking like violence. So how I interpreted what Doug was saying, we don't want to be like that. That's annoying to the other counsel, to the judge.
Judges most importantly, usually regulate that though.
Say again?
I said a judge would usually regulate that though. So
and that's the problem. The problem is she's not doing that. But
I'm not sure why. That's the whole thing outside of what's being said. But I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Because she's using valid objection markers, right? Like objection. What like she uses she says compounds or something like that.
Sometimes she don't even say the objection. She just sit there.
Right, and this thing and the processing.
Sometimes she just wait for him to talk and then say objection. He doesn't even finish the question.
Right.
I was sitting right there. I was like, the judge is gonna get on her any second, and it just never happened.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. Trust me, it's gonna be out there in the streets for sure.
I don't think Steele would care about her outside the street, to be honest with you. If anything, I think I think she would be more upset to see Steele in public than anything.
Who?
Miss Love, like Steele is a different type of dude.
Miss Love got a convoy bringing her in and out to that courthouse every day.
Probably
There's
so.
no way she's
It's
there's
still just
no
out
way
there
she's
living life.
traveling alone. But you
Steele's
would
gonna be
think
able to buy a yacht after this.
you would think she would be able to do some work because like she's not driving her car, right? So that means that she could be sitting in the back being chauffeured doing some work.
I thought this about the super mayor too, but we see how much work she did. So yeah,
She does nothing.
yeah, Tiffany
What's
Henyard
Super
didn't do
Mayor? Who, Tiffany?
Yeah, she didn't do
Tiff.
too much either. She had a convoy. So
Facts. She had a whole
she
convoy.
got lazier.
Well, she was down there shopping or whatever.
She was buying new wigs. Like she was
Wigs and sandals. She over there dusting it up.
Or maybe she had a makeup artist over there because I used to look at her and be like, "Dag, her face is on fleek," you know. I'm like,
She got a makeup artist. She does.
Courtesy of the taxpayers.
That's wild.
I just can't believe she went and took herself on Roland Martin. See, we done went somewhere else.
We don't way off the.
I'm sorry.
Because she went to Roland Martin and I was sitting up there. I was like, I wonder how long this is gonna last before he go on.
Roland Martin
her
gave
with
her.
His soul.
Roland Martin, he came in there and just let her have say whatever she wanted to say.
He let her hang herself though. I appreciate that because at least he asked all the questions, right?
He didn't let
Got her side of the lie.
He should have pushed back though. He should have pushed back.
No, he did great because he got her side of the lie. She was comfortable just telling it. She's like, yeah, because let me explain to you how that happened. I was like, go explain, girl. Explain. We want to know. And then the next day he comes out. How many hours later did he come out with the other side of the story?
I don't even remember. I just know when I was watching it, I was just like, why not just ask it?
Yeah.
We seen she can't do good under pressure when the newscast guy asked her questions. So
that was
you
wild.
take that trip? Next question.
That was wild.
That was priceless.
Yeah, but Roland, I feel like Roland walked into that though. That's my little 2 cents. But
look, Tiffany,
I
he
needed,
she's clever.
You know, he needed the conversation piece. I mean,
maybe he thought she was cute.
No, I think he was looking at it from a perspective of, let me bring this person in because she's a woman of color, and try to figure out what's going on. Right before she gets, really like hit in public, and then he came out swinging afterwards. I didn't even really watch his response back because I was like, you, sir, do a lot of investigative reporting before you get here. So why are you even allowing her to do this?
Correct.
So at one point, it made me then go back and watch. Like I've seen her there, and then I went back to watch the other stuff behind the scenes and see like, could these people be over exaggerating? Because I also saw what space took up the conversation and stuff. And
they're giving people $600 parking tickets.
For what? For parking wrong? You got $400 for parking? Like, what's $600?
I'm not in their town. I can pay for that, but I'm not. We're looking at their town. I don't know if they can pay for that respectfully.
No, that's true.
Respectfully, like I'm not sure.
I don't think.
I'm not sure that's the type of bills they want to incur. Like, they coming out the grocery store like, oh no, there go my rent money.
So here's the thing about I'm going back to YSL and the stance of the prosecution team. Mm-hmm. It's a team. So when one of your members is so disingenuous, the whole team is disingenuous. Period. Like you can't start like, oh, Hilton is a saint and all this other stuff, because we know that she was in that ex parte dropping lies to Woody. So mm-hmm. At the end of the day, we got to look at them all as being trifling. And that includes our good guy, mute dude, right?
Yeah,
what's his
Atkins.
name?
Was Atkins in
Atkins.
that ex parte? Was he in the ex parte?
I hope not.
No, he wasn't in the ex parte.
Okay.
But he's sitting there, right? Like,
Yeah.
look at these people's body language as they're dealing with this woman.
They know she's dirty. Yeah.
Like he's just sitting there. Like, I never forget when the judge said, "Well, I need you to find that file." He's like, "I'm going, judge. I'm going to find the file."
He got up and ran. So let me get up out of here.
He's like, "I do anything just to get up out of this place. Like, I just gotta go. Like, let me just get out of here." Now the file shows up. He's sitting there at the table, and I just wanted to zoom in on his face the other day. I was like, "So, what do you think about that, sir?"
He's on LinkedIn and Indeed trying to see where he can go next.
My boy about to take an internship.
Right. Like, look, former Jag, ready to move.
Like, I felt a whole different way about Hilton up until the ex parte came out. Even when they said she was out there crying, right? They was like, "Oh, she was out there crying," right? Then the ex parte came out, and I was like, she should have been crying. She should have been doing like a whole lot more. Like, she was just wrong. Like,
Tell us how you feel, Mo.
Yeah, like, don't hold back anything. You want a big screen?
Who? No, it was just wrong. I mean, like, you can't, like, what she did to him back there was just wrong. And even and here's the second layer of being so wrong. What size are you? 34, 36. Wow. Like, he said, "So you don't want them to see what you did to me? I'm going out here like this."
Oh, yeah. And
you understand? So that was even more so to show you that she like, and my mindset is like, all right, so this was at the Woody phase, right? So we know what you did to him. Now let's just backtrack and figure out what you did to the other guy. Because remember, the other guy was up there talking about he went from a place of he was cooperating on the stand to telling them, "Yo, y'all got me fired. Like, you put my phone number out here." Like, we watched this man disintegrate in his testimony
on the stand,
which lasted like 2 weeks because he came on for a couple of hours one day, 3 days off, came back, whatever. In the midst of that, the last time we see him, he's so high on the stand, but
I can't blame him after that. You know, he kind of lost everything.
and said, "Why not?" Still had him on that recording, and on the recording he said, "Listen, they wanted Jeffrey so bad, like they wanted him that they told me what to say." Like, he was like, whatever, right? And by the end, it's just crazy. Those are the things that I think jurors are gonna remember, because those are the parts I remember. Like,
I have to remember this is an actual like police department with investigators. Like, whenever I hear this stuff, I just be sitting right there thinking it's a comedy. And I'm like, ain't no way this happened. Ain't no way that happened. And then I remember it from the trial, and I'm like, it did. It's on recording.
Yeah. So when you see that guy saying, "I'm so high," you gotta remember that we watched him disintegrate over the time that he testified till he got to the point that he's like, "Can I have some water?"
Bless his heart.
But also, like, I'm sorry, I don't know how his testimony is going to be received, because he was under the influence, and he told you.
He said he won't go back to prison. They wouldn't send him back to prison, so
yeah. So
well, that's the other guy we didn't get to see. The one they brought in, right? And they said to him, "Well, you was in the car and this and that," and he was like, "Yeah, I was, but listen, I just want to go back." Like, look,
I ain't never heard that on the stand. I've like, never heard a witness say that, where they're just like, "Just send me back to prison." I was like, "What?"
He wild. Already comes in shackled and everything. He's just like, I just want to go back to where, like, I don't want to be here. I don't got nothing.
Knows my name.
Right. And then if you listen to Love.
There we go, JT. Thanks. D'Angelo. Yeah.
Opening statement. She's gonna say, "Watch how the witnesses change on the stand. Listen, difficult witness lady. They changed because you make them.
Because of you. You made them change."
I've never seen a woman just take so much like pride in that. It's like she come to work and that's what she's like This is what I'm gonna do today.
That's that spirit.
There's not a bone in my body that can sit there and like do that for 140 days straight. There's no way.
No.
Listen, you're in trouble when you testifying in front of her. Like the moment you sit down in that seat.
Don't let you tell her what you can't do. She gonna remind you what you can't.
Right. It was at this moment that he knew.
She told that woman, put your pocketbook on the floor there. I was like, tell her lady we don't put our bags on the floor. That means we ain't gonna have no money. Just because you be throwing that orange bag all over the place, don't mean the rest of us want to put our bag on the floor. There's roaches around here. Like, what's wrong?
Oh no. Oh,
like what's wrong with you? Like,
ladies and gentlemen, Mo Justice is in the building.
I'm just the orange bag. Not the orange bag.
The orange bag.
The ostrich. I've been looking at it. I'm trying to figure out what it is. I'm sure it's something Coach. Because I've been looking at it. I'm like, what is that bag? But
that's why I love Mo. Mo be paying attention.
Yo, let me tell y'all something. If I find out what that orange bag is, I'm going to get me one. I'm gonna be sitting up here.
Wow.
With the orange bag, yeah, but I would want it in green.
I'm gonna call it the Miss Love bag when I see it.
Right.
You've been in.
I might have to go to court now. Now I might have to go to court. Say,
listen, I'm gonna need you just to look at it a little, because I'm thinking it's I think it's a Balenciaga maybe, or maybe it's one of the Fendi's when it was I don't know, but
Fanny gifted her that.
I don't know.
Man, y'all talking about money that I don't know about.
What, the bag?
The bag and the parking tickets? Y'all are wild, man.
It's vintage. Listen, they got knockoffs everywhere. I'm from New York. All you gotta do is get a good picture.
That is true. That is true. Like that's a little bit of money up there. I don't know how they do it up there. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think I would be lower middle class if I moved up there. I'm pretty sure.
You would be just like me. I'm part of working poor.
look, I'm gonna just be up there just to be up there and be like, all right, I'm getting by this week, y'all. I had to sell the second bet.
I'm the working poor. I'm like Jeffrey. I'm talking to my neighbor about splitting $3 at McDonald's for a hamburger.
Well, you already said you don't like going to gas station, so we already know how you get.
Look, I'm at my firm talking about I'm indigent, like.
Yeah. Y'all, I don't think it's a Hermes. It can't be a Hermes.
They actually trying to find out.
It's not a Birkin. It's
y'all wild.
They actually trying to find out.
Is the best. This chat is full of super sleuths.
But that orange color is distinct. That's why I'm thinking it might be. It's either in the Balenciaga or I think it might be in the Fendi. I don't know. I know one thing. I thought it was Coach at first too, because I wouldn't put nothing past.
Let me find out it's a Birkin bag. Let me find out.
No, but wait a minute. It could be 9 West. I already went through that thought process too. But maybe it might be Aldo, because she looked like I was looking at her heels and stuff. But whatever it is, it's meant to be worn on a day-to-day basis, because she wear it with everything. She coming there with green, she got it. She coming there with black and white,
I mean, it's the most respectful way possible. I mean, I truly mean this the most respectful way I can. She cannot dress. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't go deeper than that. She cannot dress.
I've been told I dress like an old lady too, so I don't know.
Do you wear them type of heels every day?
No.
Okay, then. I think you're doing just fine.
I never seen the heel with the open side.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we're done. Thank you so much.
It was like the sling, like I don't know, like the one where you could just like push down the thing.
She got them back in 1998, like them the lucky heels, like.
No, and it's not even a Tory Burch, even though that orange could have been, but it's not in the shape of a Tory.
Look, let me stop. Look. They got them started. They got them started.
What happened?
They're going
No,
crazy.
but we're not. I try not to. I don't know. I think they look good considering we only seeing them from the back. Like, imagine if you was just seeing somebody's back and then you just saw like just like bumps.
Do that sound one more time.
Why
But
is this like
just looking
this?
at them, they have very
You
nice
did that
back
sound, and I thought it was
silhouettes.
like Miss Love ankle. Like,
I can't.
They just. I think
Ladies
they
and
look
gentlemen.
okay. I haven't. I mean, I know she caught a lot of gray hairs lately.
I can't imagine why.
Right. Can't imagine. Like,
Lying.
what? For what?
Lying
For
to
what
do
would
that
be?
to you,
Lying.
right? Yo.
Yeah, probably so.
She was lying. You know, you can't get shit, save grace if you running around lying on people's.
Look, she ain't caring about none of that.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, if that bag costs $10,000, the one person who won't own it will be me.
Oh no, you won't be the only one.
Don't say that. Look, don't say that.
You won't be the only one.
Look, no, I only have my Louis Vuitton bag, whatever that is, right there. The bag came in would be the closest to that orange I'll ever get.
Look, don't say that. After long, there's going to be a position open in the Fulton County DA office, and you can just hop in there. It'll be no problem.
Well, you don't really need to be a lawyer at this point. You just need to be familiar with the system.
Yeah.
Yep. You just got to have a little attitude. They'll hire you.
I think I could fit in there, though.
I'm done. Let me get out of here.
Get out of here. We got to go.
It is 11. It is. Look, I got to give them 6 hours.
All right. Kristen said, thank you, Kristen, for the $1.99 super. She says, when did come in with it? When did she come in with it? All last week. I think you got somebody else looking for this this blessed purse. Was it last week?
She has this purse every day. I've at least seen it the whole summer.
I don't know which one you're talking about, but I got you.
I don't know. Wow. How much do they pay? I gotta look and see how much they pay. I'm always looking for a job change.
Okay, well, Georgia's closed. Atlanta's closed.
Well, considering that the government might come in, the governor or somebody, and shut that down, I wouldn't want to be working there in that environment.
It's a safe environment. What could go wrong?
No, nothing can go wrong. Nothing.
They're doing all type of boat trips. Like,
she even had that bag when she got the cold. Like, she was coming in there and she opened up the Mucinex. Was taking
it. You so ignorant. You said Mucinex.
Look at this. Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Somebody come look at this foolishness. What is this? Look, okay. I saw the purse she had and flowers with the Christian Dior, but not.
And this is why I don't buy purses. Look, this is why I don't buy purses for women. I get them a nice watch. I know my watches. These purses out of pocket.
Yeah, these purses are wild.
You see this 10,000? That's crazy.
Does it come with money in it? Does it come with like something in it?
What I can do with 10,000? I can buy some more rims. Like that's crazy.
Really.
But see, you want rims. I need to put my wallet, my planner, my pens and stuff in something.
Well, how do you get to the mall without rims, Mo? How do you get to the mall? You need rims.
I don't know. I got whatever it came with. But now I might want to wrap my car. I might want to wrap Mama Guns. After you. Yeah. Did you see him? He was talking about that. I was looking
Wraps
at
nice.
thing. Yeah. I was like, oh, I could put one of those on my car. I was thinking about that.
Yep. Wraps keep your paint pristine. So when you take it off or you want to do something with it, it's still looking brand new.
Yep. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Everybody, thank y'all so much, man. This was a lot of fun.
Meet up next week.
Right. Who knows? Next week. I mean, this week could be crazy. So we could look, if something pops up, we might have to. I'll send a bat signal out.
All right.
Yeah. I'll be on the lookout. I'll be on the lookout.
All right. It's been real.
It has been a blast. Hey, everybody. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us this evening. Thank you,
Joanna,
everybody.
call me.
Uh-oh. Oh, Lord.
All right. Thanks everybody for having me up. I appreciate
Hey, y'all
it.
got
And
it. Everybody,
don't
be good.
look, don't be Miss Love out there, ladies. Please. Please.
Get the black bag.
Oh no. All right, I'm done.
Everybody, thanks so much, everybody. I'll see you all soon. Grace and peace. Take care.